Hello everyone, give me a moment, I'm setting a few things up. Yo, Time Lords, I'm just setting some things up, I'll get with you in a moment.
Hey Jason, what s up? The All Creator Live Archives. Said. Hello everyone, please follow the YouTube guidelines. No spamming, no breaking up messages, no fighting. Sit back, relax and enjoy. Time Lords. Said. New rule, no breaking the fourth wall XD.
Okay, hey, hello everyone, and welcome to another day of All Creator Live. And I can already tell that my microphone wants to mess up. The microphone stand. My microphone stand's acting like it's about to fall over, so if it falls over, you guys were warned. But hey, Time Lords, what's up? Welcome. I have been doing a lot today, actually. Not only my regular chores like cleaning the litter box and, mopping the kitchen, vacuuming the floor, all that stuff, but the ice maker just decided not to be working today. So all day I've been watching it and making sure that it's functioning okay. I'm still not 100% sure if it's working or not. It seems like it is. It's just the ice that it's making is very small. I don't know if that's a time issue or what. Maybe it'll make larger things of ice as time goes on, but I don't know. I have no idea how it works. I just do what I can. But Yeah, other than that, just regular work day. It would have been like a very typical work day. I was gearing up for a regular day, and then the icebreaker does that, and I've been having to go over and check the freezer every couple of hours. But it should be alright if I just stream. It shouldn't be. If anything, it's a time issue now. I just have to wait and see after I'm done the stream. I'm going to check it again and see if it's produced anything usable. But other than that, I made myself some garlic chicken, and I have a brand new energy drink to try out. There's a company called G Fuel, obviously, and they've been around for a long time. And they put out a new flavor today. It's apparently Naruto themed. I don't know anything about Naruto, but it's like it's a sage mode. I haven't tried any of it yet, but I'm going to be trying it if I start running low on energy. It's been a long day, so going on 4 hours of sleep. This is a good time to crack it open. I was like, I have it up there just in case of an emergency, and I am using it now. Let's go. Let's go. More Genshin. And I think I have a key now? Yeah, I do. I have one key.
I heard of fuel, it calls for fuel for short.
Yeah. Oh, that's the one person who was posting the guy yesterday. Either that or that was the post from yesterday that he made. I think it was, yeah. Okay. It's still lingering there in the channel. Well, when you left, two others showed up. One person who's been to the stream before, they changed their name, so I have no idea who they are. I'm like, dang it. And they just kept posting Heizo in my game chat, and I was like, hey, look at all those guys. And he was just like, guys? I didn't know what his name was. I don't have his character, and he only has one real event. So I had no idea who he was. I completely forgot his name. Also, I can already tell that my headphones are going to be a pain in the butt. They're already strangling the hell out of my head. Vice grip. All right, so today I'm going to be doing more story stuff. Not this story, obviously. This is another Aranara situation where we gotta follow a team of misfits to save the quote-unquote princess, which I think is just going to be a huge red herring at the end. I don't know. This is going to lead to fighting a bad guy, and that's it. But, yeah. Now that I have one key, I can unlock Lenny and start his quest. And that's what we're going to be doing today. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yawn. You know what? It's probably a good idea if I drink. If I try out my energy drink now. This tastes absolutely no different from the Sonic one. G Fuel also makes like I can't remember what it's called.
He appeared twice, even the event with the yokai and his own hangout.
Actually, no, it has like a little bit of an orange aftertaste, which is pretty good. It tastes like peach when you first take a sip of it, and then it tastes like orange as it's going down. That's kind of unique. It's good. I don't like the peach flavor at first, but the orange aftertaste is really nice. Let's try a little. You know what? No, let's get this story started so I can mute the microphone and then try some of my garlic chicken. All right, Lenny. About to hang out with you again, and possibly your sister. It's already tracking it, right? Nope. There we go. Right there. Behind me.
Keep up.
On the other side of the city. What's that? Something popped up. Just run into the... Oh, it's just showing me that. Or is it? What is... Yeah, it's just showing me this shop. What do they sell here? Oh, yeah, this is the place that sells the ingredients. Not the food itself, but... Or not the, stuff itself. But, oh, you know what? I already have a lot of those mushrooms. I gotta stock up on these. Because who knows when I'm going to... Oh, wait. I already have plenty of salt.
Playing Genshin and he wants die. Look, he was upset that he didn't get him.
Yeah, he's hard to get now. He's really hard to get. Him and all the other first starters for from Mondstadt, because they don't really have banners. They don't make their banner. They don't put their banners out anymore, except for Venti. But that's because he's an Archon, so everybody wants him. It's so weird that I don't have that many potatoes. Did I make something recently that required a lot of potatoes? Oh. Oh, I don't have any of these. Ooh, fermented juice. That's a new ingredient. Alright. Yep. Knew it was new.
Keep up.
I also think about the movie Ratatouille a lot when I hear the music in Fontaine City.
Hey, isn't that charming?
Oh,
We're always running into her. What's she doing this time?
okay, this is...
Oh, looks like street interviews.
Okay, I legitimately thought we were
I
going to be
have a
seeing
funny
Lenny.
feeling that we might be in for an interesting time if we go check it out. Shall we?
Alright, let's do it, Paimon. Let's go.
I see. So you believe that this warning letter was sent by the Phantom Weasel?
Absolutely, I've said it before.
Phantom
I'll say it again.
Weasel.
The Phantom Weasel never acts as you expect. He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using a body double. Now that he's back, I'm sure the guards who worked on his case back in the day are in for a headache, but however this turns out in the end, the one thing it won't be is boring.
Couldn't agree more. As a journalist, I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of this one. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Huh? Hey! What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here.
Time Lord.
Perfect timing.
Said,
So, the
on
Phantom
banner, it
Weasel's
was
latest
written
warning
G
letter.
and I
What
was
are your
named on
thoughts?
Standard banner.
Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing of this one. Could you clue us in?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yes, this case is from a decade ago. I guess you wouldn't know about it. Well, not to worry. You're in good hands because I'm a professional. The story goes like this. 10 or so years ago, a phantom thief became active in the court of Fontaine. Known only as the Weasel, nobody knew his true identity, and the authorities never managed to catch him.
Wow, cool! He sounds like one of those mysterious night burglars that you read about in novels.
Precisely. Well, except the part where they actually have a good reputation. Our Weasel targeted whatever people held dear, and no one was safe from his predations. He would just as soon steal a necklace from a rich merchant's safe as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday. I know. The phantom thieves you read about in novels rob the rich to pay the poor, but this guy did not discriminate. Unsurprisingly, this didn't work wonders for his public reputation. Every man and his dog wanted to see him behind bars.
Yeesh. So, did they catch him?
Not exactly. There's a good chance that the Weasel would still be at large to this day if it hadn't been for an accident 10 years ago. A magician named Cesar fell to his death in a botched high-altitude escape performance. When the police went through his personal effects, they found a hoard of stolen loot and gadgets used for criminal activities. And that was how the Phantom Weasel's identity was revealed to all. Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. But today, 10 years on, the notorious thief has once again issued one of his warning letters and pasted it on the gate of the Opera Epiclese for all to see. I had to squeeze through the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here, it's this one.
Oh my god. Well, we already know who it is, everybody, so, mystery solved.
So, this is the warning letter, huh?
Time Lord
Let's see what he wrote.
said,
3 days from now, when evening falls, I shall take from you that which you hold most dear at the Opera House, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
This is, without a doubt, a clear declaration of criminal intent. After years of laying low, the Phantom Weasel is back with a vengeance. What once seemed like an open and shut case has been blown wide open again. But why has he reemerged now, and what does he want? I sense an epic scoop, and I'm going for it.
Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value, does that mean even we might be targeted?
Okay. That that made me laugh. He might nab you, little Paimon. Oh no! He's gonna kidnap my emergency food.
Really? Oh, let him try. In fact, Hyman's gonna eat all our snacks right now. Let's see what he can do about that.
Okay, the people have spoken. It's clear that the public are very concerned about the Phantom Weasel's reappearance. Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to form the skeleton of my article. It does feel like something is missing, though. Something exclusive. Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the Weasel. Is that who I think it is?
Lenny!
Magic, magician, Cesar, the Phantom Weasel! That's it! Let's go interview Lenny! You see, the original Phantom Thief Cesar was a magician too! And what do Phantom Thieves and magicians have in common? They both have an air of mystery about them. Perhaps there's a connection there.
Are you serious? What sort of a deduction is that?
Oh, relax! My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is beckoning. Let's go! No time for delay!
Okay, so because they're playing up the fact that it's probably Lenny already, it's probably not Lenny. Plus, you also gotta think the person who sent the letter was basically sending like a threatening letter, and Lenny wouldn't do that. I don't think.
I'm not guessing.
I don't know. We don't know too much about Lenny. All right, let's go talk with him. And ooh, the garlic chicken is really good, but it's giving me the hiccups. I love spicy foods. I eat them all the time. But sometimes if I'm eating too fast, I'll get the hiccups. It only does that with spicy foods. If I eat spicy foods too fast, I get the hiccups. It's weird. I should get a little drink. Try to...
I'll take a guess. No way. I'm not guessing. Take a guess.
Trying to not hiccup. Okay. We're good. Oh, God, he's got a little fan.
Wow, Mr. Magician! How did you know which card I picked?
Oh, it's simple. Come closer and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called telepathy, which means we can read other people's minds.
Really? Then, What am I thinking now?
Well, first you need to relax, because I can see that you're clenching your fist in your mind, as if to say, no, I mustn't let him guess it.
Aww.
And now you're getting a little flustered. You're trying to find a way to empty your mind, to think of nothing at all. But the more you try to hide a secret, the easier it'll come out. You snuck out from home today, didn't you? You told your family a little lie so you could come out and play. Now, that's not a good habit.
All right, I like Lenny. You know what? Here's the thing. A lot of people know that Sherlock Holmes was mostly, he had, I forget, I think he was like mildly autistic, and he had a way of being able to read people. I mean, you would call him a sociopath, but at the same time, he wasn't doing it in a way to harm or injure people. So I forget what the word is when you're not a sociopath, where you're using your social graces to hurt people, or rather you're doing it to help or benefit others. And that's exactly what Lenny is demonstrating here. It's going to make the way this story is playing out, they're trying really hard to make Lenny seem like he's going to be the Phantom Weasel.
During the Archon quest with Navia and Cleveland, did you think she was the one attacking?
Oh, Navia? No, I didn't think that. I mean, she was going against the robots, so kind of hard to think that. I mean, it was funny that Paimon was trying to wake me up in the same way that she was trying to always wake me up. I think that's like a staple by now. Every time that we get to a new place, we get knocked out and Paimon's trying to wake us up.
You can tell? Oh boy, you really can read my mind.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I was saying something. But yeah, they're leaning really hard into that to make him look like he can read people, and that he could have a criminal element to him, and that he might be the Phantom Weasel. So I'm guessing that he might not be the Phantom Weasel, and it's probably just someone that he knows. Who knows, you know? But at this point, it just seems like they're leaning really hard into it. They're just like, yeah, look, he could be the Phantom Weasel, everybody.
Of course. Oh, and that's the end of my performance. You should really be heading home. Remember to apologize to your family, all right? They must be worried about you.
All right, got it. Bye, Mr. Magician.
Time Lords. Said. Inajima knocked out cold. Paimon tries to wake up Merwin since knocked out Fontaine fainted after the
Hey, Lenny?
Why, hello. We meet again. Are you looking for me? What's the situation?
Well, why don't you guess, Mr. Telepathic?
Oh, please. You didn't believe that spiel, did you? The power of telepathy is quite beyond me.
I'm sure that child would beg to differ. Seemed like you were right on the money.
That was nothing more than a little trickery. I made an educated guess based on his micro-expressions. That, plus the fact that he was the only kid here without his parents, and he looked as guilty as sin. He made it easy for me. You guys, on the other hand... Let me guess. Don't tell me you're here for the Phantom Weasel, are you?
Wow, got it in one! Is this more of your trickery at work?
Wait, really? No trickery this time. It was pure luck. His warning letter's been the talk of the town, so I figured that maybe you were asking around about that.
Bingo! I plan on writing a column reporting on the latest news about the Phantom Weasel. So, Lenny, what are your thoughts on this infamous thief's reappearance?
be honest, it makes me angry.
Angry? Why?
You read his letter, right? The Phantom Weasel claims he's planning something in 3 nights' time at the Opera House. That's the night I'll be performing there.
Huh. What are the chances?
Well, there are pretty good chances that the Phantom Thief is trying to set up Lenny.
Wait a minute, you don't think he's after you, do you?
I mean, Phantom Weasel.
Well, if he is, then his warning is clearly a direct challenge to me personally. And if he's not, then it's still going to be a huge headache for me. The mere mention of the Weasel's name is enough to scare people off. So once the contents of that letter get out, barely anyone will be showing up to watch my show. But I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm not about to let him ruin my big day. This leaves me with only one choice. I have to expose the Phantom Weasel's identity before the show begins.
Really? So what you're saying is, we might get to see a live duel between a famous magician and an infamous thief? Wow, this has exclusive written all over it!
To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll emerge the victor. The Phantom Weasel is a notorious crook, infamous for his inscrutable methods.
You're being far too modest, Lenny. I think your magic tricks are even more inscrutable than those of a thief.
Thanks for the compliment, though I have to say I don't care much for the comparison. A lot of people liken magicians to thieves because we both have the ability to make things disappear without the person noticing. But there's an important difference that these people overlook. Allow me to demonstrate with a quick magic trick. Here, I have a flower, just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully now. 3, 2, 1.
It's gone!
That's the question. Where did it go? Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear. If I could now invite you all to check your clothes, there might be a surprise in there somewhere.
A surprise? Let me see! It's right there! But how? You haven't moved this whole time!
What an outstanding trick! Sorry, Lenny, it seems that my previous praise was woefully inadequate. Clearly, magic is the superior art form to theft.
Don't worry, I didn't take offense. I just wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps change some of the preconceived notions you might have about magicians. Since Caesar's death, a lot of people associate magicians with criminality. It can be quite frustrating.
I can imagine. Coming back to your trick just now, might I presume that you are well versed in floral symbolism? For example, magicians often use rainbow roses in their flower-related performances to represent passion and romantic encounters. But you used a Lumidu spell, which, if I'm not mistaken, allude to separations. I'm curious to know if there was any deeper meaning behind this choice?
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful journalist. But I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about floral symbolism. I'm just in the habit of using Lumidu spells in my magic. It sounds like something I should look into, though. I'll buy myself a copy of Fontaine's Floral Language Facts when I have some time. But it'll have to wait until this Phantom Weasel business is behind us.
Well noted. In that case, this brings us to the end of our interview. I, for one, am looking forward to the final showdown between you and the thief. Please feel free to get in touch to update me on any further developments. Otherwise, I will of course see you at your show in 3 days' time, but let's hope the Phantom Weasel is caught by then. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. You've given me lots to work with here, and I've got no time to lose if I want to write that exclusive piece. I'll see you all later!
So, Lenny, are you gonna tell us how you did that flower trick now?
I'm afraid that's my little secret.
Aww. Well, magicians are entitled to their secrets. But Paimon's really itching to know how it's done. You feel it too, right? So itchy.
I like how we're just ignoring Paimon now. Just like, all right, Paimon, you go over there, you be itchy, okay? I'm gonna talk with my friend. You sure he'll be able to handle him?
Time lapse.
Not so itchy then, huh?
I get the feeling
Well, since you're so concerned, how would you like to serve as my temporary magician's assistant and help me investigate?
It's just his way. That's just how Lenny is. That's how some people are. They're just very... They seem flirtatious, but they're just very friendly. They're overly friendly in some cases. I used to know this girl that I had a really huge crush on that was... I thought that she was flirting with me, but no. She's just really nice to everyone. That's just how some people are. You gotta be wary when it comes to people and flirtation, because you don't want to mix that up with just regular kindness, you know? Sorry. Trying to situate myself here. I should really get some kind of a... Not a gaming chair. I already have something like that I use for my office work, and it's not all that great with sitting. I don't know if there's such a thing as a recumbent chair. I don't know. Something I can play while I'm streaming that won't hurt my back or hurt my arms. I'm cold towards my enemy. Aw.
and I'm cold towards my enemies.
I mean... I'm sometimes... Well, you know what? I can't just do that to people sometimes, you know? Unless I really, really dislike somebody, then I'll be cold, you know? I'll want them to get to the picture, you know? I'll be like, you know what? Yeah, I don't like you. It has to be obvious to some people, that way they know. But most of the time, I try to be friendly with people, even if they don't like me, you know? Because... It's probably just the best way to be. If you're upset or angry at literally everyone that annoys you, it's not good, you know? It's just you're pushing people away. I know I have trust issues with a lot of people, but I at least try to be friendly to some capacity. And there's nothing wrong with being a Squidward either, you know? There's nothing wrong with being upset with everyone that you come across. It's just how you feel most of the time, sometimes. And I feel like we've gotten to a point in society where people are realizing that finally. I know from the 1930s to the 1980s, it was always expected that everybody should feel okay regardless of what's going on around them. I don't know, it was just such a horrible mental state for people with depression and anxiety to be in, to have to live in those times, because there was absolutely no one that could understand you, and if you did try to open up to someone, they would just tell you to suck it up and stuff like that. So I'm glad that in the past 30 years we've come a long way in terms of understanding feelings and understanding mental situations like that, because for the longest time humanity's just been so dang ignorant towards it. From the enemy world, I'm acting okay.
From the anime world, I'm acting like a tsundere and person who acts cold until they can trust someone fully and open up carefully.
Oh, yeah, that's... yeah, that's a common trope in anime. And that's a common trope in this game, too. The Archon of this place seems like she's that way, you know? She seems very tsundere. We don't really know too much about her, though. That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping they elaborate more with this location's Archon, with Fontaine's Archon. Because The only thing I'm getting from her is that she's an Ace Attorney nerd, and that's it. I would like to know a little bit more about her.
Magician's assistants? Oh, that sounds fun! Assistants are technically magicians too! Also, it'll bring us one step closer to figuring out how that darn trick is done! Shall we go for it?
Excellent. Thank you for putting your trust in moi. The first thing we need to look into is who Cesar really was. If he truly was the Phantom Weasel, that means that the Weasel is dead, and whoever wrote this warning letter is just a copycat criminal. But if he wasn't the Weasel? Well, that'll make things more interesting. It would mean that the Weasel lives, and he's been laying low all this time in some corner of Fontaine. And if we're investigating Cesar, his fiancée Gemma is a good place to start. Word is that she visits the cemetery often, so I asked Lynette to wait for her there.
Time Lord.
We should make a move. Let's go and rendezvous with
We
Lynette.
can ask Novelette in the next quest.
Alright, I'm gonna... Actually getting a little antsy. I want to go take a look at my ice maker. Because there's absolutely no ice. I took the last of the ice, and I feel bad because there might be someone out there who wants ice. And I want to go check and see if it's made any ice yet. Because I do feel bad that I took the last of the ice, and I probably shouldn't. I won't be long. I'll be right back. Okay, so it looks like it's doing a good job. I'm actually quite proud of myself for fixing it. It's just taking a little long because it's building the ice up. I checked it just now, put my finger in, and I felt like there was a wet layer on top of the ice. So I'm guessing that it's building the ice up a little bit more before it, you know, spins and rotates and pushes out the ice. Because the way I think... I don't know, I've never seen it happen, because it's not like I can keep the freezer door open and watch the ice maker make ice. But I think the way it works is it slowly lets out water to build layer on top of layer of each of the... to slowly make the ice cubes bigger. And then once it gets to a certain point, then it lets out a little bit more water to soften up the ice, so that the claws of the ice maker can push the ice out. And I think the problem that it had this morning and all of yesterday, because there was no ice when I went to grab ice this morning, I think the problem that it was having was that the area where the ice filled up too much, I guess, because the sides where the claws were, you could see there was ice forming on it, and there shouldn't have been, because that just freezes the claws to where they can't move. So I'm guessing that it filled up too much, or maybe some water got in there somehow. I know I used water to fix the problem, but I don't know if there was any water put into the ice machine before that, you know? And when I woke up today and I looked in the ice machine and I saw that there was no ice, I thought that maybe someone had accidentally turned it off, you know? So I turned it off and turned it back on. I got started with my chores, and then I looked and I noticed that it still wasn't making ice and that the claws looked like they were jammed. And that's when I knew that there was something up. I'm sorry. Part of my handyman mentality is just kicking in, and I want to just get in there, take everything apart, and want to fix it. But it's not, because we're in an apartment and the refrigerator is part of the apartment leasing. I'm not really allowed to take the refrigerator apart in any capacity. So the only way that I know how to fix it right now is by looking online. And I saw someone recommend putting some hot water, just like a little bit of hot water to loosen up the ice, and that worked. It pushed the ice out, but but it also warmed up the ice maker a little bit, so it took a little while for it to make more ice. And when it did, the ice was really small, so I'm wondering if it's going to do that again. So now I'm just antsy about it. I'm like, come on, make ice. I want to see if you work. It doesn't help that I just took a big old gulp of energy drink. Now I'm all I'm all hyped up on energy drink. And I don't know. I just have this feeling in the back of my head. I'm like, I want to take a screwdriver and take it apart and fix it.
So it turned into a cube of ice.
Turn into a cube? No, it doesn't make ice cubes. It makes the crescent-shaped type of ice. You know, the kind that looks like a half moon. That's the kind of ice that it makes. And it's one of the older ones. Because we live in an apartment, then we don't have one of the newer models of refrigerators. It makes really... The ice maker is really old. But it still works. It still works perfectly fine. I think the only reason why it was having problems is because it got stuck. The claw part got frozen and stuck. And that's why this morning I took a little hot water to warm it up. And it was just immediately, as soon as I poured the hot water in there, it just immediately started rotating and it pushed out the ice. And I was like, whoa, okay, well, that works.
Time Lords said, I have a mini fridge, but I'm afraid of using it because it would spill out water.
Oh yeah, I have a mini fridge also, but the freezer doesn't have, it's a mini fridge. It doesn't have an automatic ice maker. So with how much ice that I do take from the freezer, I tend to feel bad because a lot of times I empty the tray out, the ice maker tray out. So part of me feels like maybe I should get my own ice maker at this point, because if I'm the only one that's really using ice and the others in the apartment only use it once in a while to get ice, maybe I should, you know, just get my own ice maker. It would be beneficial too, because then I could make my own ice my own way, you know, because the ice that it makes in our refrigerator runs off of tap water, so it's basically tap water ice. And I would like to try some really nice ice using something like Fiji water or something fancy like that. But you can't do that with the ice maker we have in our fridge. If it were up to me, I would get a whole brand new refrigerator, but because of our lease, we are not allowed to do anything like that. We're not allowed to get the appliances we're not allowed to replace are the refrigerator, the washing machine, the sink,
Time Lords
the
said,
oven.
solid water.
Yeah, it is, Time Lords. You okay over there? Ice is solid water, that's true. You alright? Are you falling asleep, buddy? You sound tired. But, yeah, we're not allowed to replace those. A couple of fixtures like the ventilation systems and things involving the fire detectors and things like that. We're not allowed to replace any of those. The only thing we're allowed to replace is the washer and dryer, and that's because that was part of the lease that my sister signed when she first started here. Left earbud is asleep, but not really.
Time Lords said, left earbud is asleep, but not really.
You sound like you're falling asleep, dude. A lot of what you're saying is like not making any sense. Because that sentence didn't make much sense. Left earbud is asleep, but not really. I don't get that, but... Are you tired, Time Lords? It has been a long day. At least for me. I don't know how it's been for you, but... If you do need to sleep, don't worry about it, dude.
Fresh fruit, sweeter than syrup.
Because I know you, live over where you're at. It's probably, like, the middle of the night, isn't it? So if you do need to sleep, it's no problem. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Shit. Forgot where the stairs are, too. The stairs going up to that floor. Maybe I gotta... Oh, okay, no, it's down here at the... okay. Thank God. I'm glad I got all those waypoints yesterday. See, that's the... Oh, damn it. Okay, well, this waypoint didn't help. Or maybe it did. Yes, 11:19. Oh. Goodness. Or 20. Oh, 11:20. Yeah, see, it's pretty late. If you do need to get to sleep, don't worry. It's fine. I'm sure that 4K or Luna will come by. Luna, to anyone wondering where Luna's been, she's been sick. She has COVID, and it's sad. I hope she's doing okay. I don't know if you saw that in Discord, Time Lords. But yeah, she's not feeling good. Ooh, fisherman. Maybe I can get some bait ingredients. Oh, nope, he just sells fish and flowers. Oh, underwater flowers. Okay, makes sense. I didn't know you could get these things like this. All right. I could have done that instead of exploring the ocean floor. I do like that they sell crabs here, though. Crabs are kind of hard for me to get. I gotta remember this place. They're hard for me to get because I can never really remember that I'm supposed to grab them when I see them.
Yeah.
Oh, on Discord? Yeah. I saw you on Discord earlier. We were talking about the new Sonic update. Oh, that is something I should mention. The new Sonic update. Oh my god, it looks so good. And I saw a person's reaction when when Super Sonic went to hyper mode. The guy looked at him, did a double take. He's like, Super Sonic 2? Like Super Saiyan. Sonic went Super Saiyan 2. It looked like that, didn't it? No, I'm pretty sure that's just Sonic's hyper mode. He has a hyper mode that he gets when he collects all the hyper emeralds. Oop.
You took your time.
I was actually kind of wondering where she was, and part of me was thinking maybe she might be the Phantom Thief, but I was like, nah, that would make no sense. Why would she make a threat against her brother? Unless it's all part of some overarching act that they're doing for their show later today. Or later 3 days.
I don't see much hype around it.
What? Time Lords? That's not what I mean. I mean hypersonic, like the from the games, from the third game, Sonic and Knuckles. From the fourth game, really. Sonic and Knuckles, he goes into hyper mode, and the hyper chaos emeralds, you have to get them by collecting the chaos emeralds and then going to the secret room and then collecting the hyper emeralds through several mini games in that chamber. And then I think that's it. And then I think you could just change into hypersonic. So that could be what they're going for with the new update. Are you using a bot right now, Time Lords? Because you sound like it. It sounds like you're just using a bot. That's what it sounds like. A lot of what you're saying is just going off of what I'm saying in a relevant way. So you're either so sleepy that you're only picking up every other word that I'm saying, or you're using a bot right now because you're already asleep. I don't know. I don't know if people can do that. But if that is something you're doing, don't do that. That's not cool.
Time Lords said, "No, I don't have access to that kind of tech."
All right. I hope not. Just ran out of drink. I need to grab more before this ice melts. Don't want to waste ice with how little that.
Time Lords said, "Nor am I puppet."
So what's going on, Time Lords? Like, how are you feeling? Have you eaten anything today? Because you're really worrying me at this point.
Time Lords said, "Pizza, but am still thirsty."
You ate some pizza, but you're thirsty. Go grab something to drink. I don't know, man. If you're this tired, I don't want you hanging out in the stream if you're this tired, dude. I don't want to have to put you into timeout just to get you to stop watching, you know? Because you sound like you're really tired, bro. Okay, if you say so.
Time Lords said, "I think it's the text-to-speech that makes it look like I'm tired. I'm actually really active."
Alright, well, as long as you're okay. That's all I really care about, dude. Because I don't see... I know a lot of times people will just constantly watch live streamers to the point where they don't even think about their health. I've read about reports where people... It's the same case with television. People have done that before where they've just shut themselves up in their house and they don't really pay much attention to their health. And they're just watching television constantly. It's the same way with streamers. People will do that. I don't want that kind of thing to happen to you, bud. Alright, let's continue the story.
Sorry, I bumped into the Traveler and Charlotte en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
It's been a while, Annette. We're working as Lenny's temporary assistants in the investigation of the Phantom Weasel.
Said,
Thank
"I
you.
seen the
It's
streamer
good to have you
fall asleep
helping.
on their stream."
So, what's the situation? Have you seen Gemma?
Nope. I've been here a while, and she still hasn't shown up.
How bizarre. Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting. Traveler, Paimon, let's go ask around.
Okay, and just like that, we're back unmuted. I really like Lynette's character, but I don't really like the way that her moveset. Her moveset's a lot like a watered down version of the character I just got. The character I've been wanting, and now I can't remember it. Yelan, that's it. She's like a watered down.
The
Her
value of
moveset is
knowledge
like a
cannot
watered
simply be
down version
quantified in
of
monetary
Yelan,
terms.
and I feel like they could have done a lot more with her character, because she's a very unique. She has a very unique personality and everything. It's really a shame that they couldn't think of anything else.
I'll wait for you here and see if Gemma shows up.
All right, so what are you two on about?
A lot of people here today, huh? When did this cemetery get so popular?
Same thoughts here. What's going on?
A popular cemetery. Okay, I'm supposed to talk to him. Is there anyone else I can talk to? Well, it's not that popular if there are only 3 people here. Take my word for it. I usually only get about 3 people that tune into my streams, and I'm not popular at all.
Excuse me, good sir. Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiance? Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot.
Yeah, she does. Poor thing. It's no secret why either. She's heartsick. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here once every week to clean his grave. Often she just sits there in front of his headstone, lost in thought. Sometimes she talks to herself. I asked her what she was doing once. She said she wanted to speak to him again. She knows he's gone and can't hear her from the grave, but she just likes to spend time there, telling her fiancé all about how her life is going.
And she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years. Wow. Their love must have been really strong.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. Gemma's the only one who still thinks about him after all these years. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly. If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave by now. I wonder if she's okay. Well, that's everything I know, I'm afraid. You might have more luck asking some other people.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be able to move on one day.
Aw. Alright, well, there's one suspect, I guess. I don't know. Can't really say for sure yet, but...
Noobs said, "Hey,
Yo, 4K, welcome. It's good to see ya. And Time Lords is over there on YouTube. Say hi to him too. He's here too. For the most part, I don't know. He's been saying some wonky stuff today. At least that's how I think. I feel he sounds like he's sleepy to me, but he's attesting that he's not sleepy. He's totally fine.
said, Hola time lording.
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he dead?
I don't know anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't.
Oh, okay. It's alright, 4K, if you need to go. It's like I said to Luna and you, and even to Time Lords just now. If you guys aren't feeling all that great, it's totally fine. If you can't stick around, it's just nice that you stop by and say hello. But also, I was talking with Time Lords that I've been hearing about people who just shut themselves off from the world, and they'll just do nothing but watch streams constantly, in the same way that people will just watch television constantly and shut themselves off from the world. I don't want people to be like that, you know? If you got lives, if you got stuff that you have to do, go do it. Think about your personal health. I'm just doing this for fun. I'm streaming because it's a hobby. I'm not doing it because I need to, so you don't have to be here because you don't need to be here, you know?
But what if, just hypothetically, I mean, what if this weasel's the real deal and Cesar was framed?
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set up. The Cesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to children on the street, for Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to believe that he was a balloon thief or something? Give me a break.
Oh, please. Weren't you the one cursing his name to high heaven when the police announced the news? You were all, that gosh darn lousy son of a, you think you know a guy, or words to that effect.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
Wait, do you mean that... Wait, when you told me the other day that you got stabbed, you meant, like, recently, or... Because I didn't know that's what you meant when you said that. I thought you were talking about a past event. Oh, a year ago. You could be feeling a little victimized there, bud. That's just something that happens. Don't worry about it. It's very common for people to feel weird after having a situation like that happen to them. I know I've felt that way a couple times.
I know.
Yeah. Don't worry about it, dude. And if you need to take a little bit of a breather just to wrap your head around it, if you're having any kind of a slightly PTSD feeling or something right now, then that's totally fine too. Don't let anyone make you think that that kind of thing is something that you need to push away. If you need to talk about it, I'm here, I'm streaming. We can talk about it. If you're comfortable, obviously.
Hello there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Cesar?
Noobsky said.
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Cesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside. I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once, but for the life of me, I still don't have the faintest clue how he pulled it off. Really incredible stuff.
I saw him perform too. He always used to bring some gifts along for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand them out after he was done. Sometimes, he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
Huh. He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
Yeah, he sounds great. It's obvious that he was set up by somebody, and whoever it is that's posing as the Phantom Weasel now is trying to get revenge on the person who was the Phantom Weasel back then. Because I feel like the person who used to be the Phantom Weasel, when he found out that Cesar died because of him, he probably just flat out stopped, either to incriminate Cesar further, or maybe he just got upset over the fact that he caused a person's death. Who knows? Because this Caesar guy sounds like a great person. And it doesn't make sense that that he would be the person stealing from everyone if everyone loved him that much, you know? Like, if he was stealing, what was he doing with the stuff he stole? It would make no sense.
But after he died, there were also rumors that he used the wish list to find out what was precious to people, with the intent to steal it later.
Oh, that's just bullshit. I don't believe that. Gee. With the intent to steal it later. And then do what? Keep it? Put it somewhere? Was he amassing a hoard of children's wishes? That sounds so stupid.
As I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the Weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more. I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time. No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
So that's Gemma. Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait, it looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay. Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Who's asking?
Don't be afraid. We mean no harm. It looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Linny, and this is my sister Lynette.
My name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this. I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be alone with him.
This feels weird.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
I'm wondering if she's getting some kind of threats or something. Like either from the actual person who's posing as the Weasel now, or from someone who was posing as the Weasel back then.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago. It makes sense that she'd be wary around us. In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
All right. Oh, she's not there. I was about to try and talk with her. You know what? It would have been rude to try and talk with her again.
Gemma's hurt, you say? Now that you mention it, I did see her getting into a heated argument a while back. Maybe someone who hates Caesar was taking it out on her. People can be unbelievable sometimes.
No, I don't think it was that.
Oh, Caesar. Were you or weren't you the Phantom Weasel?
Eh.
A lot of people find cemeteries bleak and oppressive, but not me. I find the silence gives me a sense of peace, and something about being in the presence of the dead and buried sort of puts all of life's woes in perspective.
Yeah. I mean, because you look at the people that have passed away, or the ways that they've passed away, and you can think to yourself, you know what? Life is bad, but it could be a lot worse. Alright, so we gotta wait until next morning. You know what? Let's do a little bit of adventuring instead of, you know, fast forwarding time. Because then I could get a couple things done, you know? Let's go over here and grab this treasure chest. I'm happy I don't have to worry about drowning anymore. At least in Fontaine. Now watch, as soon as I go back to Mondstadt, I'm gonna forget and end up drowning. Is this a giant turtle? Oh no, that's just the way the coral looks. I was like, holy shit! Thought it was a giant turtle for a second.
Yeah.
Whoa, you're pretty cool.
Oh, one thing after.
Right now, right here, emerge. A sight to behold. Right here, emerge.
One with the forest. I hear everything.
I'm glad they kept the rogues.
I suppose this will do.
And they're gonna have the rogues show up every once in a while, because they're really cool. I don't know, should I? It looks like it's gonna take me over there to that island. Maybe I should wait. I want to explore that island later. Today I'm mostly doing story stuff. But yeah, 4K, have you heard anything about the new update to No Man's Sky? Because I've been looking and I haven't seen anything about it yet. I haven't even seen any new speculations. So I'm hoping they announce something tomorrow. A lot of people are saying that it's going to be Wednesday because Wednesdays are usually the days. I was hoping they would say something this morning, but I haven't seen anything yet. Then again, I haven't checked since like 12, so.
Time for retribution.
Right now.
And shroud.
Man, it's so true. Once you get a really good team together, you become unstoppable in this game. You know, that is unless you encounter something weird, like those two Stingray yesterday. They surprised the hell out of me. You know, another thing that's surprising me is I haven't been seeing any of those treasure chest things. With how much I've been exploring, I thought I'd at least have seen one by now. Ooh, I want that. Do we gotta solve a puzzle? I think I do. Yeah. This is... Oh, there is a bad guy.
Can't see?
Emerge. Right now.
Let's nip that in the bud.
Ready, steady, go!
Let's see. Guess I gotta change one of these. What's this on the back? That's weird. Oh. There's a thing.
Huh?
Is that dog taking pictures? I think it is.
Right right here. Emerge. Right here.
I mean, it has a gun for a head, but used to say I can't take pictures too. Oranges? Fuel fruit? What? Fuel fruit. They legitimately just look like oranges. Go up here and use it on this, and maybe that'll change it. It didn't do anything. That's weird. Well, there's a light one over there. Maybe I should... Okay, either I have to put the light one on the light one, or the dark one on the dark one? I don't know. This is a weird puzzle. Let's try putting the light one on the light one. I don't know. Did that work? If they have it set up to where they do a specific glow for getting it right, it's not a very obvious glow. Needs to be something else, because it looks exactly like the glow from before. Well, that could just be me. No, that didn't do anything. This one is glowing a different color, though. So maybe I gotta make the dark one light. I don't know. You can't see it, but I'm shaking my head right now really hard because I don't get this. Like, I don't know what's going on. I feel so stupid. I feel like Patrick Star. That's all I had to do. Okay. Alright. I guess.
Right now. Right here.
Gotta make
right
both
now.
of them dark.
Verdict is...
There we go. Had to fight a whole bunch of dogs to get this. Oh.
Better than nothing.
Potted plants. Okay. I thought it said something else. Oh, and a shortcut thing. Where's this going to take me? Ah. Ah! Imagine doing that in real life and then just getting a sharp object shoved up your butt. Ugh. That would hurt like hell. This is the price you pay for getting the sparkly. Alright, looks like it's the next day. Let's go over here, grab this, and then I will head back. Hi.
And Shroud! I hear everything!
Right here. Emerge. Right here. Nothing lasts forever. Right now. Right here.
Oh, dog's gone. I really like these mech guys. They're really cool. The way that their arms transform into Gatling guns. That is a neat detail. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that! No! Can I exit this thing? No! Get me out of here! My stuff! No! Just break my neck too while you're at it. Alright, which direction? There? Yeah, it was this house looking thing. It's so close. All I wanted to do was pick up these gears and I ended up getting sent across the damn map. So, what is this?
I suppose this will do.
A table. A round table. And potato. Something else? No. They were guarding a potato and a treasure chest with a round table inside of it. Must have been a very fancy table. money. Mr. Krabs. What the fuck? That's right, I got 2 blueprints, didn't I? 3! And a recipe. 2 blueprints and a recipe. I can now make steak tartare. Oh, wait.
Let the show begin.
Steven's looking a little haggard there. There we go. That's better. And oh, good. It's right next to a teleport waypoint. This way. Lenny, what's up?
Over here.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan. Today, we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies.
Alright, so I hate to say this, but now my leading theory is that What's-Her-Face is the Phantom Weasel. I can't remember her name. The one poor lady, Gemma, that's her name. Gemma is the Phantom Thief, or the Phantom Weasel, and she's trying to blackmail the other guy, who's now this guy, the one they're talking about now. Lorenzo, that's his name. She's trying to blackmail Lorenzo because Lorenzo is the one that used to be the Phantom Thief, and because of what he did, her husband died. And she's the only one that knows, and because she's the only one that knows, Lorenzo has either sent someone out to attack her or threaten her or something. But that's just my leading theory right now. That could change at any moment because we're still kind of at the second act right now. It's still pretty early to assume anything, really, but I'm gonna do it because that's just that's the detective inside of me.
I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former magic maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Lenny stroking his ego.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Cesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Cesar was the Weasel, and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Linny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head-on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Cesar and move on.
Uh-oh. This is getting awkward.
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man? Want to grab a drink with me?
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die young. You gotta learn how to kick back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Yo, Lorenzo used to know Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times. This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway, point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into. And he's still into, from what I hear.
Yo, what the fuck? Drunk guy comes by and reveals a shit ton of the plot. Great. All right. Well, this just confirms a lot of things to us. Thanks, Edmondo, for being drunk. He's about to get slapped upside the head, I bet. Oh, no. Lorenzo's probably pissed.
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Linny, be my guest.
Okay, so if you ever, just take this as a bit of advice, I guess. If you ever want to spoon feed things to your audience, just have a drunk person randomly walk in and reveal a whole bunch of shit. There you go. Now everyone should get the idea.
But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
Totally. And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that?
He said that because he's thinking about it in the same vein that he did 10 years ago. The fact that Lenny is here made him think that Lenny's worried about the Phantom Weasel causing him to lose a lot of his secrets, either that or credibility, or causing him to get arrested and things like that. He's only thinking about the negative situation and assuming the worst of Lenny, as opposed to what Lenny actually thinks, which is what he presented to him. And after that, he flat out laughed in the guy's face. He's just like, ha ha ha, yeah right, your honor, sure, that's what this is about. No, this guy, he just doesn't get it. Lenny is not the same type of magician as, I say that loosely, the same type of quote-unquote magician as this guy. Lorenzo is not a magician. I know he was a magician's assistant, but if we're still going off of the theory that I made earlier on, he stole all of his work from Cesar. There's absolutely no way he's a magician. If what I'm going off of my assumption earlier is true, there is no way he's a magician. Magicians do not steal their tricks from other magicians. That's just something that they don't do. They can be inspired to do something similar, but not the exact same thing, or steal the exact same thing from other magicians, and they can inherit moves from other magicians, but that's out of a lack of respect. That's not out of thievery. That's not out of spite, simply because of the fact that if a magician is stealing some other person's magic tricks, then they're not a magician at all. They didn't think of it. They're not original. They're not creative enough to come up with their own magic tricks if they're just stealing tricks from someone else. So Lorenzo, as far as I'm concerned, is not a magician in the slightest. He is just a flat-out thief, and that's it.
He's gotta be hiding something, and not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
Alright. Let's see here. I didn't realize this was a restaurant I could walk into, so let's stop moving so much. This damn drift on my controller. I need to get 2 new controllers. That's what I need to do. I think I was playing way too much of Dragon Ball Z, and I broke them. I broke my poor controllers with Goku broke my Goku broke my video game controllers. Curses, Goku. I didn't do anything to you. Why'd you make your game so interesting enough to break my controllers? Because you notice I never really had this problem with controllers until I started playing Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Dang, these are a lot of recipes. This is great. I'm happy. I like getting new recipes because learning them and getting them to their maximum skill level allows me to do auto-make. And it also gives me prima gems and stuff like that from achievements. So it's the same thing as collecting books. It might seem like it's something boring, but if you do it enough, you get free stuff. Oh.
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out.
This is basically how 4K was yesterday, 4K.
I said way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, Paimon knew he was a bad egg.
Hey, keep your voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions, or make an enemy out of him.
What kind of bad things?
Don't even ask. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
And there he goes. What do we do now, Lenny?
Shh. I think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation. Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We'd better take this elsewhere. You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
So you're Lenny. And where's your sister? Ain't she with you today? Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
Paimon doesn't like the tone of your voice, mister! Who sent you, huh?
Save your questions, missy. You ain't gonna need answers where you're going. Capiche?
Looks like we can't avoid this fight. Now, I'm not the strongest fighter, so I hope you're ready to back me up.
Don't worry, we got this!
Capiche! Catfish. Oh, hello, I get to play as him.
Step right up.
Wow. He's an explosive character that uses a bow. That's actually different. Let's see what happens if I tap it. Oh no, I didn't tap it. Well, let's see what this looks like.
Let's get this show on the
Whoa.
road.
Oh, what? Okay. The explosive went right towards him.
Curses. They're tougher than we thought.
Vision wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady.
Come on, let's scram!
Hey, wise guys! We ain't through with you yet! Oh, they got away! Did you catch what they said just before they left? Something about intimidating someone else. Sounds like they just wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic, and they've already done it to someone else, but who? You're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to hide. Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened her.
Well, if that's the case, she should be more willing to open up to us once she learns that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore. Let's head back to the cafe and see if we can get any information from her.
Okay, so that 100% confirms my theory. He sent the thugs to stop her. Now, our characters are going to think that he might be the weasel right now. The current weasel. But no, he was the
Don't
weasel.
be afraid to make mistakes. It's all part of the learning process.
He was the weasel in the past. See, it wouldn't make any sense for him to be the weasel now because it would just stir up old interests and potentially get him blamed for what happened years ago. That's why she's pretending to be the weasel, because she wants people to look into the situation again. And when they do, they'll be able to uncover evidence that puts him in the place of her husband, to where his name is cleared, her husband's name is cleared, but Lorenzo ends up getting blamed for everything that happened in the past. See, to her, it's a matter of, you know, there's nothing for her to lose if she pretends to be the weasel. But for Lorenzo, he has everything to lose if there's another weasel roaming around, because that opens the investigation again. And that's why he sent the thugs after her, not to silence her about what happened years ago, but to get her to try and stop pretending that she's the weasel. I wonder if I hit on that, it'll take me over to the sparkly, because I really want that sparkly. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah. Oh, where am I going now? I guess up on top of this hill? Yeah. Wow, just perfectly placed me there. That's nice. Which one do I go to? I don't know what floor he's on. Let's go to this one. Alright, this garlic chicken is great and all, but the more I eat it, the more I want to take a drink of my energy drink, and I don't have too much of it left. Also, this is the last thing that I have to drink in the house. So, once this is gone, I'm going to have to switch over to the powdered drinks that I have, and they are not as good. That's for sure. Years ago, my sister bought a bunch of Sonic powdered drinks. The blueberry and the raspberry. The raspberry are tasty. They taste pretty good. But the blueberry, they're a little too sweet. And I don't really like them. It tastes like eating it tastes like drinking cotton candy. It's kind of gross. But that's all that I have left. I have like 3 of them left. And once they're gone, I won't have anything left to drink. I mean, I could make iced tea, obviously, but that's going to take a lot of ice, and we don't have ice right now. So, please tell me it's not on a level above, and I just came down to this level for no reason. Like 3 pieces of garlic chicken left, so I can eat the rest of it later. Ah! Okay, I just passed by the restaurant I'm supposed to go to. There's Gemma. Oh, and Lynette. This is a case of 2 people exactly alike, not saying, like, this is a case of just looking right in the mirror for Lynette, I bet.
Gemma?
You again. What is it this time?
We just ran into the men who've been threatening you, and we gave them a taste of their own medicine. So, you can relax now. We're here to protect you.
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything. Why would they come after you?
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too well, and I hate them with every fiber of my being. It's been 10 long years. And still, every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do anything stupid. How do I know I can trust you? Do you really think you can get to the bottom of it all? And why are you doing this?
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom Weasel's true identity. Because you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance. I give you my word. Trust me.
Okay. How can I help you?
I've heard that Cesar used to have a magic workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it is?
The Fleuve Sonde. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death, and no one's been there since. I also know that the Fleuve Sonde is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around. If you're serious about going there, please be careful.
Oh boy, a dungeon.
Understood. Lynette, you stay here and take care of Gemma. Don't let her come to harm.
Got it. But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
I mean, bon appetit. But stay sharp, too. They're likely to come for you while I'm away.
Okay. Alright. Power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously now.
Ooh, sassy Lynette, I like.
Whatever you do, please be careful. If anything happens to you because you're investigating Cesar, I'll never be able to forgive myself.
Aw. No.
Whatever you do,
Don't talk
if
about
anything
Lynette.
happens...
Stop.
With me here, nothing will happen.
I have confidence. I could tell you just wanted attention. He's like, what am I going to do about this? Oh, woe is me. And I'm like, bye. And he's like, wait. Don't you want to hear my plight? Okay, I did already stop by this. Okay. Hi. Cute little mezzanine. I think that's what it's called. I can't remember now. I think it might be underground. Yeah, let's use one of the... Oh, there aren't one. Okay, I guess I'll just have to find an entrance way. This'll help. Oh! Do we... Can I go on this sewer hole? No. Oh, now it's giving me a trail. Sorry if it sounds like I'm sucking my teeth. I am. Got garlic chicken in my teeth. No little Q-tip too, but I've already used it. I'll just gotta brush my teeth before I get to bed. Do these? Okay. Nope, that's the way I came from. Okay. Never mind. Whoop. Be careful. Whoa, geez. Okay. Somewhere down here. To the right. To the left. I like how this side has stairs and the other side has a ramp. Like, dude, I should have taken the ramp. And easier on my feet. Hey! Well, since Timelines hasn't said anything recently, I'm guessing he's probably fallen asleep.
If Gemma gave us the right location, then the workshop should be right
You know
nearby.
what? It did seem like it. I was right.
It's like these boxes are blocking the entrance. Let's shift them away first.
I was totally right. I had a feeling Time Lords was getting sleepy because Because I mean, you saw it in the chat. If you're watching this in the archives, you saw it. He seemed like he was kind of in and out of what he was saying. Wasn't all the way there. So I guess he fell asleep. Time Lords, if you're watching in the archives, it's okay, buddy. Anytime you need to go to sleep, just go to sleep. It's fine. You don't have to stay.
There we go. It should be just down here.
Alright, this is the dungeon. Oh. This is an actual dungeon. I thought it was just going to be a mock-up dungeon for the story, but nope, it looks like we can come back here after this is over. Yeah, we'll go with this team. It's totally cool. We got this. And we got Lenny here. Lenny. Not Lenny. Hold up. I suspect treasure over here. Nope. Wrong. Oh, right, you can't climb in a dungeon. I forgot. You make dungeons way too easy if you can climb. Oh, okay, they move. Thank God.
So this was Caesar's workshop. Nothing suspicious here, just normal magic props.
Oh no!
Let's head in further.
I was scratching my ear and I didn't realize the platform was gonna move back. I thought they were just going to move left and right and then stop. Since no one's in chat, I should probably check and make sure my microphone's still going. You want to know the one thing that I don't like about having all of these food apps on my phone is that I constantly get advertisements from them as notifications, and it makes me think I got a notice from my boss. I see a notification and I'm like, oh shit, did something happen? And it's just an advertisement for DoorDash, and I'm like, oh, god damn it, scared the hell out of me. I thought I was gonna have to end the stream because, you know, things happen. But it's fine, nothing happened. It's just DoorDash. My phone's been running a lot slower these days. My phone's been running a lot slower these days. There we go. That's confirmation. But yeah, I have a Note 8. It's about 6 years old now, so I don't know. I want to look into getting a new phone, but at the same time, it's really expensive. And I kind of want to get one of the new flip phones. They're $300, but that's still a lot. I want to get one of the older versions of the flip. You know, one of the earlier models that are unlocked.
What was that? Oh, is this one of Caesar's gadgets? Guess we must have triggered some sort of device.
Pop open to secure them in place. Oh, okay. So I'm guessing this is going to have to deal with opening the door. Dang it. Oh, you know what? Right. I forgot he's an archer. What is that? That's weird. That's different. So I got 3 of them, I guess. This is an interesting idea.
Step right up.
Those are some new bad guys. This is actually kind of cool. I like this idea. Occasionally dropping bombs and stuff.
Disappear! Here comes the finale!
Looks like I can even drop bombs when I'm doing that. Gosh.
Look, the doll in the box is glowing.
Oh no. What, am I supposed to follow them or? Alright. Well, I want to look over here first. It might be some treasure. Nope, invisible wall. What about this way? Nope, okay.
There's something written on the card on this doll. Let's take a closer
They,
look.
have their hearts split up. Can I grab it? Nope, I gotta wait for it. Okay. Oh dang, I was saying something before Paimon scared the hell out of me by freaking out over the puppet things. I can't remember what it was now. Shoot. Sorry to those in the archives. I know that's annoying.
These magic boxes are moving. What do we do?
One of them looks different from the rest. Let's investigate.
We gotta follow it. You're the one. Oh. Aw, these are the wishes that the kids made. Aw. He was going to make these little toys for them. That's sweet. That's why he wanted to do that. Here, let's follow that one.
That's weird. Have we reached the end already? There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mystery. We've triggered quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Cesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic contraption. If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe a hidden room somewhere. Aha! If I just move this book, then hopefully... and... presto!
A secret passageway! How did you know?
I'm a magician too, and apparently great minds really do think alike. Looks pretty big inside. Let's head in and take a look around.
Right. I just took a little drink. I'm almost out. So I gotta be careful.
And voila!
Yes. At least that's something you can count on. These things also distract the enemies. Lenny is actually kind of useful.
Stay calm, stay calm. Now disappear.
Lenny's pretty useful for an archer. Plop down explosives. Even if I miss, I can still get a chance to hit. And the more of them that hit, and the more of them that, you know, the more of them that don't hit anything, or if they hit me, gives me another explosive to add when I use my burst. Maybe I should try rolling for him. Now I already have a pyro character and I already have a useful archer, so see, that's what I'm saying. It's not that I don't like Lenny, it's the fact that, you know, it's just his character comes at a very inconvenient time. I don't really need a pyro character and I don't need an archer, so, and if I was to get his character, I'd have to replace him with D-Luke. I don't want to do that, because then I'd need a new, tank. And he's more of a DPS.
Step right up.
Why have you stopped, Lenny? Is there some device in that box?
Huh. It just looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys go on ahead. If anyone makes a major discovery, let's rendezvous here.
All right, see you in a bit.
I'm wondering if maybe he's seen it in one of Lorenzo's magic shows. This could be the trick that Lorenzo stole. Probably why he wanted Cesar out of the way, because Cesar hadn't premiered that magic trick yet. And with Cesar out of the way, then Lorenzo could use it to gain influence as a magician. Let's look up here. That's where we're supposed to go anyway. Oh boy, a puzzle. Great. I'm gonna do this puzzle, fuck it up, and then Lenny's gonna be like, "What did you do? I left you alone for a second." Oh man, okay. Can't step on the same thing twice. Alright, I see. Oh, I see what I gotta do. Did I get the other? I didn't get the one in the corner. Thought I stepped across that one. Guess maybe I stepped in a way to where my foot went over it. I don't know. What the? Stinking controller. Needs to not be broken, please. Alright, now. Step backwards. Oh wait, no, this ain't gonna work. Unless I can stand on it while it's moving. It might. This might. No, this ain't gonna work. I'm gonna have to step on that one again. Plus, I missed the one in the corner. So. Yeah, alright, so let me think. Yeah, I see how I gotta do this. Wait, if I do this... Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, okay, I got it. I know what to do now. Trick version 2. Oh wait, no. I just made a top hat. I get it.
Wow! There's a hidden room here! Let's see!
Not very hidden.
Oh, this bookcase is full of Caesar's own notes. He wrote a lot about the principles of magic. Whew. Much too advanced for Paimon. Hey, look! Is that Caesar's diary on the table?
Dude, Caesar was smart as fuck. Holy shit. Also, Paimon, this isn't a secret room. There's a giant doorway leading to it. You want a secret room? You gotta put it behind a bookcase or something.
This book's thick as a brick! Let's take a peek inside it, shall we?
At one of my shows a few days ago, a child asked me how I pulled candy out of my hat. As a joke, I told the kid that the hat has a built-in wish-granting machine. Next thing I know, today a whole bunch of kids were pestering me to pull all sorts of things out of the hat. So I told them another white lie. The machine needs time to power up, but in the meantime, you can write your wishes down. Well, they took me up on that offer, enthusiastically. As I write this, I've only just got back from running around all over town, buying the things they wanted. Boy, are my legs sore. I wound up saving very little this month, but that's not a major issue. I now have a bigger problem. How am I going to hide all these things inside my hat?
Okay, well that explains why all the hats are everywhere. So he basically just put a whole bunch of hats together. Now he's going to have to carry a different hat into the square to talk to the children with every day. That's awkward. See, that's why you shouldn't lie, even if you're trying to be a magician.
2 children came to talk to me after today's show. I don't know why they were out on their own. They looked much too young to be unsupervised. I do hope they got home safely. Anyway, they said that they wanted me to teach them how to do magic. It's not uncommon for children to ask this, of course, but I've never seen any of them as serious about it as these 2.
Aw, it's Lynette and Linny. Aw, they looked up to him when they were kids. That's cute.
I told them that learning magic is very hard work, but that didn't faze them at all. It's like they already knew. They seemed so committed. I couldn't turn them down. It seems like something's bothering Lorenzo lately, but he won't open up to me about it. Surely he's not upset that I agreed to teach those 2 children. I'll have to talk him around. I have a good feeling about those kids. They're naturally talented, and it seems like they're not new to the world of magic. They have all sorts of fantastic ideas. All I'm really doing is helping them develop a more professional standard training plan. They wanted to call me Master, but I told them they absolutely mustn't. Any magician worth their salt could have taught them what I have. They're the geniuses here. Compared to them, I don't deserve to be called any sort of master. With time, I have no doubt that they could become far greater magicians than I. My only concern is why they're so mature for their age. I fear they've had to grow up too fast. I don't dare to imagine what they must have been through.
Oh, I wonder if Lenny really did pose as the Phantom Weasel to bring the case back up. Because it sounds like they revered this guy, and they had a feeling that he hasn't been doing it all this time. It's possible that they figured out who it was that was doing it, and all this is just a plan to get him caught. So maybe Lynette and Lenny actually are pretending to be the Phantom Weasel just to open the case back up. Who knows?
Gemma thinks so too. She doesn't like being around them. Says that their eyes are too piercing. They don't bother me, but then again, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed. It's nearly time for me to go on tour. I asked the two kids if they'd like to come with me, but they shook their heads. I once overheard them talking about their father and their mission. Sounds like their parents have other plans for them. I guess we'll be parting ways soon.
All right, there we go. That's confirmation. It was Lenny and Linnell, because father is the name of the Fatui harbinger that they're mentoring under. Or not harbinger. God, what are the generals of the Fatui called? I can't remember. It's what Child is. Child is one of the 7 higher ups in the Fatui order. I can't remember. I think it's Harbinger, but I can't remember.
It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities now. They're very tough, but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is not a good habit to have. They hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn magic, they lied. That's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow. I can sense that their lives have been hard, possibly even dangerous too. They're not like other children. It's a shame that I can't do more to help them. After thinking things over, I decided to tell them a bit about how I see the world. It's full of lies and falsehoods, and that is why we must find our own truth. P.S. I hope they won't find my nagging annoying. Children are so opinionated nowadays. Will it do them more harm than good for someone they've only known 10 days to lecture them like that?
Oh my god, I feel so connected with Cesar right now. I like this guy. He's such a great guy. It sucks that he was incriminated the way he was. I really hope we get that asshole, because Lorenzo's a fucking bastard for what he did.
PPS. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Children aren't interested in grand philosophies. It probably just went in one ear and out the other. I bet they've already forgotten every word I said.
Holy shit. This is just like me. Caesar's like me, except, you know, dead. Poor guy.
Oh, Caesar, Caesar. Just mind your own business next time.
Two magic geniuses with a father and a mission, huh? Sounds a lot like he was writing about Linny and Lynette, don't you think? So did they meet Caesar when they were kids? Let's go ask Linny!
Oh no. This is the big plot twist. But the way they're making it out, it's going to make it seem like, oh no, Linny and Lynette were hiding something from us, so now we're supposed to be suspicious of them. But no, it's just that they're kids, and they were kids, and they look up to him. That's probably all it really is. If it turns into something else, I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna be like, what? No! Excuse me.
Linny?
Shh! hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on in this place.
Fishy? Uh-oh, what have you found?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed. First, the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. The box is then suspended high in the air, and a short while later, the base automatically opens. At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box, but it looks real enough to grab the audience's attention, and they start wailing and screaming. Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance and put on a hysterical performance. Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
Very vivid description. Paimon can really picture it. And then what?
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician, and by the time they realize what's happened, the dummy has vanished, as if everything that just happened was some sort of shared illusion. Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking. The inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Cesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy. He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the opera house. No one could hope to survive that fall. Not without a vision, at least.
So that's what Lorenzo did. He sabotaged his trick.
And no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of how it works is just based on what I could gather from his notes and the relevant gadgets here in his workshop.
So Caesar's famous high-altitude escape has never been done, huh?
Yeah, and that's why Lenny was looking over the trick as much as he was, because he was looking at a prop that was supposed to be more successful than the one that ended up being a failure. So he concluded that the trick should have gone in a completely different direction.
Paimon was about to say how cool it would have been to see it in person, but if it's that dangerous, it's probably for the best that no one else tries to do it. Wait a second. So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then where does the real magician go? How does he get out?
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of said box. This box right here is the one that Cesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks. Inside, there's a device that only the magician himself would know about. Once the magician's inside and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain angle. From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trapdoor onto the opera house roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could probably do it.
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape. Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance just a few minutes long, but one that still manages to transform the shock and grief of a tragic accident to the joy and laughter of a mesmerizing magic trick. Cesar was a highly accomplished magician, but unfortunately, even he didn't manage to pull it off.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy stuff here. Have you figured out what really happened?
I can make a pretty good guess. I looked into the case files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay. Nothing suspicious there.
But here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here. Which leads me to believe that Cesar was in fact left-handed. Because a magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task or situation at hand. But a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will, so as to avoid arousing their suspicion. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. If even the truth raises eyebrows, the falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Cesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations. Great magic always requires sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left. Exactly. I think that's likely what happened.
Yeah, so to the untrained eye, the people setting up the magic trick wouldn't suspect anything because to them it just seems like he'd be able to do it regardless because he's right-handed. But Lorenzo set it up to where it would activate a different button when he used his left hand, which would cause him to fall instead of go out the trapdoor.
Cesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But I'm sure he was confident. He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him through. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't there. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty, his mind needed a moment to process what was going on. Instinctively, his left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two, until the bottom of the box gave way. With the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious and conclude that his death was due to his own error.
When in reality, someone switched the boxes, and they did it to murder him. But how would they be able to make the switch without being noticed? That would be difficult to pull off, no?
It would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed, and who could move his props around without arousing suspicion. Someone who was always by his side. Isn't that right, Lorenzo?
You just couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could you? There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this trouble for some magician who died 10 years ago. I didn't want to have to do this, you know. Silencing you the hard way just creates more problems for me to deal with. But I gave you your chance. I hoped you'd do what's good for you and back off like the lady, but you disappoint me.
You mean Gemma? So you are the one who's been threatening her!
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people, you never even knew him, but for some reason you just wouldn't drop it. Which is why you can't leave this place alive. Take them out, and make it quick.
Do your worst!
I like that even though all these people know who the Traveler is, they still think, oh yeah, we can take him. We got a robot dog, we'll be fine. But let the robot dog do all the work.
I'm fine. Step right up. Can't see?
Just let the robot
I'll
dog do all the
uproot
work. Do all the work, robot dog.
Dear me.
Wrong button. I'm not letting out any of the explosives. There they are. I was worried for a second. I was like, is this not a thing that he can do now? I was worried that maybe I fucked up or something. Oop. That's a big guy. Lol. Lenny is the first character that I ever feel like I just stay in archer mode for, because even when you miss, you still put down a bomb. He's so cool.
You kids are tougher than you look.
Had enough yet, Lorenzo? Your cronies can't help you now. I think it's high time you started talking, and what I'd really like to know is, why did you murder Cesar?
If I had a Mora for every time you said that man's name. Of course you idolized Cesar, everyone else did. But I was the real genius magician. Me! He was just an amateur who did cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made magic into the fine art it is today. The aristocrats doffed their hats to me!
So it was jealousy.
Jealousy. Hatred, more like. I hated Cesar. All he cared about was his magic. He lived and breathed it. He poured everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him, never bothering to think about Mora. What sort of fool devotes their life to the art of deception and never has a Mora to show for it? But the people loved him, didn't they? Oh, how they looked up to him. No one gave me a second look. All I ever heard was, "Oh, your master's amazing, isn't he?" Amazing. Yeah, so amazing that he was completely broke. Every other apprentice was living it up at their master's expense, but no, not me. I put in all the work, mastered all the skills, and it brought me nothing more than the life I already had. He forbade me from using magic to trick people out of their Mora. There was nothing he hated more than that. And with his reputation in Fontaine, it was too risky for me to go it alone. As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me, and it would destroy me. I had to kill him. There was no other way. He had to go.
And this was your only motive?
It was reason enough. What other motive would I need?
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but she was engaged to Cesar.
Yeah, that's actually what I was about to say. I stopped the autoplay because I was thinking, what? Yeah, wait a minute. Didn't you like Jenna? Wasn't there another reason? But no, Lenny decided to say it. Thanks, Lenny.
In love with Gemma? Don't be ridiculous.
Guess I was wrong about that then. Next question. Are you the Phantom Weasel?
I am. Cesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way. That the sole purpose of magic was to bring joy to the world. I never bought into any of that. I was more interested in the practical value of magic. Sure enough, it helped me fill my pockets with all kinds of valuable treasures.
Oh, yeah! Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued, no matter how much it was worth.
Oh. Maybe Gemma was the Phantom Weasel. Maybe there were two in the past. Him and her were the Phantom Weasel. And now he's just trying to protect her. I might be giving him too much credit, though. He is a jerk, so... we'll see.
That's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted high-value items. I stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
So, that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over again during your trial.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves, and you've got me between your jaws. You've seen what's here, and my last-ditch effort to stop it getting out has failed. What else can I do? So be it. I've enjoyed power and wealth for the last 10 years, the likes of which Cesar could never give me. I wouldn't choose for things to end this way, but I regret nothing.
Very well. In that case, I'll contact the guards. Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you just outside the workshop when I'm back.
Oh, God, you know what? This is true. We do gotta keep a watchful eye on him, but magicians are good at misdirection. Oh, God, I have a very bad feeling. Okay, Lorenzo, you stay there. I really want that treasure chest, but I want to keep an eye on you, too. I have a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling this game's trying to trick me right now. Like, I'm going to go over, grab that treasure chest, and he's going to bolt or be gone when I turn back around. Oh, no. No. Look at the treasure, though. Look at it. Oh, my God. I don't want to pick up that treasure chest. Like, what if something happens if I go over and grab it? Plus, there isn't a timer counting down. Usually, whenever we're done, something, a timer counts down. And if we don't get out by 90 seconds, it kicks us out. There's something going on here. I'm sus.
At least I can finally stop looking over my shoulder now.
I'm very suspicious here. I'm very suspicious of everything right now. There's no timer. Lorenzo's just sitting here. There's a treasure chest right over there, and if I went over to grab it, I'd be turning my back to him.
At least I can finally stop looking over my shoulder now.
Yeah, you don't need to look over your shoulder because you know if I go over and grab that treasure chest, you're gonna get away. I don't like this. I don't trust this. I don't trust any of this. I don't know. This game's trying to trick me right now. I can feel it.
The value of knowledge cannot simply be quantified in monetary terms.
Alright, I'm watching you, buddy. Okay. Nothing's going on. But I do have to still exit. I'm watching you.
At least I can finally...
Don't you fucking dare do anything. Okay, good.
Lily has told me the whole story. Lorenzo, do you confess to the murder of Cesar and to framing him for the Phantom Weasel's crimes?
Look who's finally developed a conscience. What kind of disciple murders their own master? I hope it was worth it, because they'll be hell to pay.
I don't know. I don't trust this either. Where's Lenny? If he went and got you two, why isn't he with you? I'm still sus. I'm still suspicious here. Okay, there he is. Okay, good.
It's all over. What should we do next, Lenny? Should we start preparing for your show?
I'm just saying, all of this stuff we've been having to deal with magicians, and they're good at misdirection, so I didn't want to let my guard down for a second.
Let me think. Let's rendezvous with Lynette and Gemma first. With Lorenzo in custody, Gemma will no longer have to fear for her safety.
Good point. We should go tell Gemma the good news right away. It'll give her some peace of mind for sure.
There's still one more thing that we haven't solved. Who's the current Phantom Weasel? It couldn't be him. He wouldn't want to bring all this up again. Lorenzo wouldn't want to bring all this up again. It's either Gemma or Lenny and Lynette. Somebody had to have done all this to get this ball rolling. And now that we know all the stuff that we do about Lenny and Lynette, it could be them or it could be Gemma. Either way, we'll see. Alright, this ladder should take us back up. Oh wait, I can just teleport. I keep forgetting. We got good news.
Ah, you're back. You were so quick. I've only just finished my third dessert.
Your third? Lynette, come on, we've talked about this. Everything in moderation. You're not gonna have any room left for dinner now.
It's fine. I'll shift to exercise mode and jog off the excess sugar.
That's besides the point. Well, it's done now, but try to eat a more balanced diet in the future.
Point taken.
Did everything go okay?
Of course! Lorenzo was no match for us. The guards are taking him into custody as we speak.
Gosh, that's amazing. I'm sorry, I still didn't know if I could trust you, but now it seems I can. I had my suspicions about Lorenzo, but
It's okay, we understand. He did threaten you. Paimon would find it hard to trust strangers in your position too. But you don't need to be scared anymore. Everything's gonna be okay.
Sorry. My emotions are all over the place right now. I've been waiting for this day to come for so long. I always wanted to report Lorenzo. He took all of Cesar's property, which I found suspicious, but I had people watching me all the time, so I couldn't risk looking into it. I was so afraid. I was scared he'd do something terrible to me, and then no one would be left to visit Cesar's grave. So I never had the courage to speak out. Thank you all. Truly. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for clearing Caesar's name.
Alright, so I think the person that posted the poster about the Phantom Weasel was Lenny and Lynette, and that's what we're about to find out, because Gemma obviously didn't do it. She couldn't have investigated to figure out if she was right or not about him being the Phantom Weasel, so she wouldn't have thought to put up the flyer and make everyone reopen the case. So the only people left to suspect are Lenny and Lynette, because they were huge fans of Cesar.
I never would have guessed that Lorenzo was the real Phantom Weasel. He never showed any signs that there were problems between him and Cesar in public. From the outside, it looked like they got along great. Ugh, to think that lowlife's been living life to the fullest all this time, while Caesar's name was getting dragged through the mud, is a travesty. At least his soul can finally rest in peace now, thanks to your efforts.
If only I'd realized before it was too late.
Don't blame yourself, Gemma. This isn't your fault.
Yeah, you still have the rest of your life to live. Caesar wouldn't want to see you spending it feeling guilty.
Cheer up, Gemma. My brother's doing a magic show at the Opera House tomorrow evening. Would you like to come along? It might raise your spirits. This show will be a special one. We're holding it in Caesar's honor.
In Caesar's honor? Really? Oh, thank you. I'll be there.
Great. We'll see you tomorrow evening. Traveler, Paimon, don't be late.
Don't worry, we'll be there. No way are we gonna miss out on a free magic show. Wait, Paimon feels like we're forgetting something. Oh yeah, Caesar's diary! We never found out if the two kids Caesar taught magic to were Linny and Lynette or not.
You forgot to ask.
Linny changed the topic back in the workshop, so we didn't get a chance to bring it up. Oh well. Guess we'll just have to ask Linny tomorrow evening.
All right, let's do some stuff until then. But yeah, that's going to be the last thing they reveal, is that Linny and Lynette were the ones that posted the poster or whatever. I mean, I did suspect that, but it made no sense, to be honest. When we were first learning about this stuff, it was like, wow, why would they threaten anyone? That's so weird. And then I realized, oh, okay, it was them just pretending, so it's okay. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna look for. Already back at the place where we were before. I don't see anything new to look around and grab, because I already got everything, pretty much. Let's go back up here. Top of the mountain. Oh no, this is a different spot. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the is that the Opera House? No. Or is it? Hold up. There we go. Now I'm facing it. Oh, that's something over there. Ooh. That is a big building. Definitely something we're going to be seeing on a later update. A much later update. Probably like 3 or 4 months from now. Maybe even later than that. Who knows? If I remember correctly, the desert update didn't happen until like January, I want to say. I can't remember. I'm going to have to look into that. The first really big update of Sumeru, I can't remember what it was. Or when it was. Where they introduced the first part of the desert. We got some bad guys down there, but not really much else. No treasure or anything. No puzzles. The Hilly Troll? Yeah. The Hilly Troll aren't that much of a presence here. Not as much as the wildlife and the robots. Wildlife being mostly what you see in the water, and the robots being what you mostly see on the land. I guess it would make sense. This is kind of far away from where Conroe was supposed to be. Oh, it's these two again. I don't want to fight you guys again. Screw you. Whee! Where I'm going. Treasure Island. Island treasure. A treasure that's on an island. Let's go grab it. And there's a sparkly on there too. So we can get that while we're here. Got 2 swans. Oh, float. Hello. Wanna dance?
And Shroud! I hear everything!
Right now, emerge.
Fall into water.
Verdict is...
Hey, she got some defense though.
Come on out. Right now, emerge. A sight to behold.
Can't see?
Show them. Right here. Right now.
Man, she's gonna fall in the water and die. Nope. I got her. It's fine. She died an honorable death. That
I suppose.
Those two weren't even afraid of me. It was weird. Oranges. Or bull fruit. Whatever. I don't know why it's called a bull fruit. They could have called it an orange. It's not like there's any kind of copyright infringement when it comes to oranges. Jeez. I've done a lot of exploring underwater, so I'm not expecting to really see all that much. Let's see if I can jump into the air. I can't do it. I see people doing it on playthroughs and in the... I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I want to breach the water. It looked really cool. And we gotta do it like this. Nope. Alright. Well, I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I guess I'm doing something wrong. Let's go ahead and warp to here. Turn in the wishes that I've gotten. I don't know if I did it yesterday or not. I might have a whole bunch of them for all I know. I do. Well, level up. Yeah. Okay, so that fixes some of the crack. It fixes the holes, according to what I said to Time Lords. When you do that, it fixes the holes that are inside of it, and then when you do it a second time, it fixes the cracks, and then the third time, you get nice little gold frills around it. It's very intuitive. Makes you realize how many of them you've collected. I don't know what a completed one looks like, obviously. I'm seeing as how I still have these... The 9 pillars and the time and wind. 100% just proves that I haven't found all of them. In the first 2 areas. I don't know if there are any quest lines tied to finding all of the sparklies in Inazuma, but if there is, then I would have that also. I wonder if we're somewhere or anywhere close to the time that we're supposed to be at. I'm sure it'll tell us. It'll be like, now go to this place. At least I hope. I should wander around more often anyway. It helps me figure stuff out in the layout of the city, which is kind of straightforward, so I'm not expecting to get too lost when having to go from one place to another. At least I haven't so far. This place seems like a just like a much bigger version of Mondstadt. And I think I said that on the stream already. But so far, I'm right. I haven't really been proven wrong. At least to myself. I'm sure there's someone out there streaming this game that's wandered around going, God damn it, I can't find this thing. I wonder how much wood I get now that I have that. Only got 3. That's weird. Oh well. Thought I could get more. I thought that thing that I have gets me more. Oh. Oh. I had to do that. Okay. Maybe if I use it while I'm near a tree, it just automatically gets me the wood and I don't have to chop at the tree. Let's go try it out on a tree. Oh, jeez! I didn't notice how high. I didn't realize how close I was to the just jumping off the edge. Oh, yep! I automatically got the wood. Cool. I like this little thing. I can't remember where I got it. I think I got it for doing something. I can't remember what though. I think it was turning in reputation. I think it was a reputation reward in Sumeru. Maybe I did it on the stream too. I don't know. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast this morning. Oh, right. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Way too busy. That's the entire reason why I didn't have breakfast this morning, is because of the ice maker. That's right. When I woke up, I went over to grab something to eat and drink, and that's when I noticed the ice maker wasn't working. The lift is coming to your current floor.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
I like that you can hear it too. That's the best part. No, I'm just kidding. I just play like, yes, I want to hear those gears whirring. Whirring. And constantly twirling, twirling, twirling towards something. I don't know. It's a Futurama reference. I can't remember quite well.
3? No, wait. Looks like 4.
Okay. I wonder what that's all about. It looks important. It kind of looks like a decoration, but it just looks like it could be something else, you know?
So peaceful at night.
Can you tell me what it is? Oh, nope. This guy's just being old, just like me. Just saying some wholesome things. Just forgive my pessimism, right? Okay. He used to be a champion duelist? That's cool. Wow, I would suspect that somebody who used to be a duelist... What? I was about to say, I would expect that a person that used to be a duelist would have probably died at some point doing it, and then he disappears. He was a ghost. No. Whoa, my world has been shattered. That's just great timing there. Wow. It would have been better if I'd have said it just as he was disappearing. I guess I wasn't fast enough. I would suspect someone that was a champion duelist would have died doing something out of, you know, embracing of honor, not just retire from doing it. And then he disappears. I'm like, what? He was a ghost. Oh my god. This little kid hiding, trying to be cute. I see you. What are you doing? What is he doing? Oh, he's looking at that little girl. Oh, you got a crush on her? This kid's got a crush on you. Oh, no. She's playing hide and seek. Okay. Now, don't you rat on him. That's a pretty good hiding place, I guess. Oh, look at these ladies in their fine dresses. It sucks that we still can't buy anything for our characters to put on. We have to rely on the shop and spending actual money. Oh well. What can you do? You gotta put in some kind of microtransactions. I mean, this game is free.
Time itself.
Exactly. But none of them believed me. Oh. Did I learn anything new to make? I haven't checked in a while. Nope. Oh wait, these are new. And I think the pearls too. They were in there. Hi, Catherine.
Ad Astra
I'm still waiting. Apparently it's still not time yet. I legitimately thought... Woo! Really? In Liyue? I didn't realize. Or dispatch Yolanda then. Let her do some work. You got anyone for Fontaine? No. There we go. I feel like I got too many carrots. Maybe I should try getting new stuff. I feel like the oranges are easy to get. I don't know though. The eggs are not that beneficial. Same with the flowers. You know what? Those jellyfish aren't that easy to find. You do find them, but they're not as common as a lot of the other plants and stuff that you see roaming around. So I'll put... No one has a benefit to it, which sucks. I'm gonna put Aloy on that. There you go, Aloy. Make yourself useful. Fuck. Why did they do that? Wonder how many people in this city actually make that mistake. Just start walking in the water fountain. Oh yeah, the books. Can I buy any? It's free ones. Aw, man. You got nobody that sells books here. You gotta go inside, and I apparently forgot how to use that door. It's locked. We don't want customers. Go away. Here, take some free books and leave. It'll be like a reverse Halloween store. I do like how populated this city is as opposed to having very few people, you know, because it seems like they could easily space out the people in this place given how big it is, but you see a lot of people, so. And it's believable too. It's not like there's a fucking herd of people somewhere and you're like, okay, that I can't believe that. Way too many people in that one location. I realize that happens, but that doesn't happen every day. That's why when I'm playing video games where you go inside of a city and there's like an entire group of people in one spot, I'm like, oh, come on, what the fuck is this? I've lived in a city before. It doesn't get that crowded all the time. You should only see that in video games when it's like something important's happening, you know? Otherwise, people should be spaced out like this, because that's how it is in the city. That's why whenever I was playing Final Fantasy VII and we were in that one place, the remake, I mean, and we were in that one place where there was a news reporting thing with a television that was talking about stuff, there was constantly a huge group of people there. And I'm like, don't these people have... I think I even said that during the stream. I was like, don't these people have lives? Why are they all just standing here near the television as if it's their life source? I mean, I get that it's supposed to implement the people as being super gullible because that's what they were. That's related to the story. But it's not very believable. People in real life don't do that. They don't spend all their time huddled around a television screen in the middle of a city. They do that in their own homes, sure, but I feel like it would get uncomfortable to spend your entire life surrounded by a whole group of strangers. But I mean, look at this. This is very believable. If you've ever been in a city and walked along an important thoroughfare, you'd notice that it's a lot like this, where at most you'll see 2 or 3 people talking, and if there is a large group, it's usually event related, and it's never really anything that you see all the time. Oh, I could talk to this lady before. Oh no, this is a different building. I thought this was the Steambird. I forget where the Steambird is now. One lady, the reputation lady, is in front of there. I wanted to check in and see if I'd completed anything new. I think it's right down this way. I think it's opposite of where that was. Which is weird because I'm pretty sure that I was already down this way. Is the Steambird on the 2nd floor? No, I can't remember now. See, I'm already getting lost. You know, once I learn where all of the important areas are, I won't get as lost as before. When it came to Sumeru, they had roads overlapping roads, so it was very confusing. But here in Fontaine, everything's just on floors. You know, you gotta remember whether or not something's on the 1st, 2nd, or 4th floor. Because I really don't think there's anything on the 3rd floor. I think that's mostly for the Aqua Bus, if I'm being honest. There it is, Steambird. Yeah, I was right. It's on the opposite end of this floor. Ooh. Oh. Just food. Dude, that dude's got a baritone voice. Sounded like he was singing for a minute there. He's just like, I was like, dude, singing over there. He's got him some chops. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Well, I didn't get anything. Darn.
A good newspaper should
I
be
haven't
a
talked to Sir
lighthouse of
Arthur yet.
truth.
What does he say? Kind of says something when you create an object that immediately spouts murder. Murder most foul. It's the first thing that it says. Kind of reminds me of that bird that Dexter created in that episode of Dexter's Laboratory. That's my favorite episode. The one with the parrot robot that keeps repeating everything that he hears. It was so funny. I think the funniest part is when he goes into the kitchen and his and their mom's making cookies, and she's reading off a recipe, and then and he's like, worms and plastic minnows. And the mom's like, where am I gonna get worms and plastic minnows? And she goes, the Florida Everglades, and then she drives off. It was such a great setup for the joke. I mean, there have been a lot more funny things in that show, but that just got me. Because it was really well set up. The first thing with where he was learning those phrases from what the dad was watching, that was a whole joke in itself, but then they carried it over to that joke and it was great. The Florida Everglades. And she is just God. I need to get these cookies just right. Let me drive all the way to Florida. Man, it feels like it should be time now, right? Let's see here. What time is it now? 16. Okay, we're close. We're almost there. I could be a little more patient. It looks like the sun's going down. I noticed something. Wait. What is that full line? Because when I first heard him saying it's not about the money, I was saying it's about the meds and doing my best Kingpin impression. I posted on Twitter that I tried to do a Kingpin impression and I fucked it up. It sounded more like Green Goblin. I'm pretty sure it's this guy that says it.
Fine, if you can't afford it, then just give me the photo back. It's
Yeah,
not
it is.
about the money. It's about the principle.
The principle. It's about the principle. That guy's great. Keep him. There are a few characters in every city in Genshin Impact that will just spout off random things and you'll hear them all the time when you're in the city. Like the tasty chop suey lady in Inazuma and the one woman in Liyue. I can't remember. But yeah, there's like that handful of people that you always constantly hear. And that's going to be one of them for me here in Fontaine. It's the guy that says, it's not about the money. It's about the principle. Here we go. Watch the magic show at the Opera House. All right, so we're completely in the wrong city. We've been waiting this whole time in the wrong place. It got me familiarized with Fontaine City, so that's a good thing. I don't want to keep being lost like I was in Sumeru City. Oh, this dude's depressed. I hope he gets some happiness in his life. Sorry, like I said, that spicy garlic kind of makes me gashy, but I'm fine. Here we go.
Not this time. My brother's going solo today. So, I'll be watching with you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody's ready because the show is about to begin. The great magician Linny has prepared a spectacular show for us all tonight, concluding with an all-new grand finale that no audience has ever seen before.
Wow! A new trick!
Thank you all so much for coming. Now, prepare to join me on a journey through the mystical and miraculous.
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
Yes, it's just... It reminds me of him.
No wonder. Caesar was a famous magician too. So, how did you two first meet, Gemma?
Well, I was out on the street once, and I saw him performing for little children. Children love magic, because they're willing to believe in things that can't be rationally explained. Caesar had this amazing way of bringing them into a dreamlike world. And somehow, I felt drawn to him too. So I went up and asked him to do a trick for me.
Aw, that sounds so romantic. What trick did he do?
It was with a flower. He took it in his hand, snapped his fingers, and it magically appeared on my head. I was so happy that day. No one had ever given me a flower before that.
Oh, that's so cute! Actually, now that you mention it, Linny's done that one before.
Is that right? Then I suppose he's a romantic at heart, just like Caesar. So let's treasure the time we have with him. After all, you never know when the people dearest to you might be gone.
That's right. It's all over now. Paimon doesn't really know how to comfort you, but at the very least, no one's gonna be intimidating you from now on. You can breathe easy at last, right?
Right. Yes, you can breathe easy now, Phantom Weasel.
Ah, okay, so I was right. Hey! Okay, I didn't think they were going to do it like this, but there we go. She was the Phantom Weasel.
See? Even Lynette says... Wait, what? The Phantom Weasel? Lorenzo escaped? Where is he?
What do you mean, Phantom Weasel?
As Linny once said, a performer's job is to commit fully to their role and put on a flawless performance for their audience. But once the bag of tricks is empty and the curtain falls, it's time to end the show. The spotlight is no place for someone with no more cards up their sleeve. It's been 10 years, Gemma. Aren't you tired of the grieving widow act? I think it's time to put an end to it.
What are you talking about? Paimon doesn't like this riddle. Traveler, Paimon doesn't like where this is going. Come on, say something!
So Gemma and Lorenzo were working together. That's so evil.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all enjoying the performance so far. There will now be a brief intermission, after which Linny will perform the most electrifying act of tonight's show, the one we've all been waiting for. The final performance will take place outside of the Opera House, so please make your way outside in a calm and orderly fashion.
The Phantom Weasel never did like public places, did they?
Oh, you know, there was a clue that I didn't really pick up on. Lorenzo knew Lynette and Linny, and when we were confronting him next to Linny, he did seem really pissed off at Linny, saying that he wouldn't let things go. So the entire 10 years, Lynette and Linny have been trying to find a way to catch Lorenzo and their suspected other weasel, Gemma. And now, because of everything they learned from inside of the dungeon we were in, they know that Gemma was the other weasel, the one that stole from the poor. And she was the one that stole from the poor, and he was the one that stole from the rich. And they both worked together to get rid of Cesar. And I suspect that the reason why Gemma did it is the same reason that Lorenzo did it, because he didn't want to use his magic to gain fortune, and Gemma was tired of it. Oh man, she's so evil. She even had me fooled. I thought she was innocent too. And the fact that Lorenzo pretended to send thugs to silence her this whole time, it was all an act just to get Gemma to look innocent. That way she could try and get rid of Lenny and Lynette while he was in jail. And that way people wouldn't be able to suspect Lorenzo or Gemma. Oh, so evil. So this whole time, because Lenny and Lynette knew what happened, they've been trying to get rid of them. And now they finally tried. Now they're finally trying to put their master plan into action. But Lenny and Lynette saw right through them, because they've known them longer than anyone else. They knew them when they were kids. Lorenzo knew them, and he didn't like them. So I suspect that Gemma knew them too, and didn't like them either. And Cesar wouldn't have written that in his diary because he loved Gemma.
Don't worry. This place will be quiet soon. Let's talk somewhere else for now.
All right. Here we go. Wow, Gemma really did have me fooled. But I guess that was all part of their plan, wasn't it? Because they wanted Gemma to look innocent so that she could get away with trying to get rid of Lenny and Lynette, who had probably been dogging them and her and Lorenzo. Well, probably not dogging Gemma as much as they were Lorenzo. And they were only suspect of Gemma. Here we go.
Dear me, this is awkward, isn't it? And unfortunately, I'm all out of gadgets, so I'm afraid I can't do any tricks to liven up the mood. This is a big mistake for a magician to make, but thankfully I do have a backup plan. Now, who wants to hear a story?
Lenny, don't we have more important things to address right now? Lynette accused Gemma of being the real Phantom Weasel a moment ago. Oh, what the heck's going on?
All in good time. Magicians are good at guessing what people are thinking. I know the questions you want to ask, and as it happens, the story I'm about to tell might answer a few of them.
Really? Well then, let's hear it! Paimon's dying of curiosity here!
Let's go back to the very beginning. A decade ago, when the Phantom Weasel was terrorizing the court of Fontaine. She never missed a target, never left a trace, and no treasure was safe from her thieving hands. But as her infamy grew, so did the readiness of the police, and her opportunities to act became ever fewer. Every day, she ran the risk of being exposed for who she was. Of course, she could not simply take this lying down, and before long, she found her ticket to freedom. She would create a scapegoat, a false weasel to close the chapter on her behalf. After weighing her options, she set her sights on a renowned magician, Cesar. After all, Magic and theft shared enough similarities for people to buy the story when the truth came out.
So then what?
Being the master deceiver she was, the weasel easily earned Caesar's trust. Now all that remained was to frame him for her countless crimes. But as she was considering how to make her move, she noticed Caesar's aggrieved pupil, and a new thought entered her mind. Maybe I don't need to get my hands dirty after all. At her encouragement, Lorenzo tampered with Caesar's magic box, causing him to fall to his death. Afterwards, Lorenzo seized his master's property, and the weasel set about tarnishing Caesar's reputation. Two co-conspirators committed the perfect crime.
I've got to hand it to you. You're both exceptional storytellers. It's enough to make even me wonder whether there was really another mastermind behind all this, pulling the strings. But I just have one question. You seem to think that I am the villain in this tale. What's brought this on, Linny? Is it something that Lorenzo said?
Don't worry, Lorenzo said nothing at all. But I never believed that he was the weasel, and in fact, my investigation only made me more certain of that. He was too forthcoming with his confession, as if there was something else he was trying to hide.
How disappointing. So you'd sooner trust Lorenzo than me, even without a shred of evidence?
A magician is an expert at playing the audience to get the result they want. And I have no doubt that you, Gemma, are equally talented in this regard. With a little help from Lorenzo, you put on a very convincing performance. The lovesick fiancé, whose devotion to her betrothed is unshakable, even under threats of violence. Caesar was maligned and hated by all for 10 years, but you? Everyone sympathized with your plight. Who would suspect for 1 second that the lovely young lady always seen weeping in front of Caesar's grave was actually the mastermind behind his demise? No, not that poor lady. Perish the thought.
Wait, so you mean the whole intimidation thing was just a hoax? Gemma and Lorenzo were both in on it? But why would Lorenzo agree to that? And why didn't he sell her out even at the end instead of admitting to being the weasel himself?
Yes, why indeed? Maybe Gemma herself could enlighten us on that question.
Well, Linny, if you're so confident in your version of events, then I think the answer should be obvious. Having killed Caesar with his own hands, Lorenzo was plagued by overwhelming guilt. Revealing the Phantom Weasel's true identity would serve no purpose. But if the Weasel remained free, then she could take care of Lorenzo's loved ones.
An excellent answer, though sadly a little dull.
Is that right? Well, don't let me bore you. If you'd care to change the topic to something more interesting, I'd be much obliged.
As a matter of fact, there's one thing I'd really like to understand. Why would the real weasel have targeted things that only have value to other people? Could you shed any light on that?
Of course. After all, we're just telling stories here, aren't we? If I had to guess, I would say that the real weasel must have had a terrible childhood. Left to fend for herself after her parents died young. Betrayed, scorned, beaten. She'd scrounge waste paper from garbage bins to draw on, using twigs and dirt for lack of ink and pen. She'd sew ugly rag dolls from whatever scrap material she could get her hands on. This was her only source of happiness in life. But it was all she needed, and she was content. Until the world decided that even this was too good for her. Once again, she was betrayed. And this time, everything was taken from her. She felt like life was a miry pit that dragged her further down the more she struggled to escape. At that tender age, she should have been happy. Instead, she stood in the shadows and watched with envy as all good things in the world passed her by. This was a fate too cruel for anyone to bear. Her pain became a breeding ground for dark thoughts. Thoughts which festered and grew into a twisted solution to her troubles. I detest the happiness of others, in all its forms alike. I will rob them of everything they hold to be good and true, and it will fill the void in my soul.
That's some pretty heavy stuff.
Now it all makes sense.
Does this story satisfy you, Linny?
Yes, it is quite to my tastes. Thank you for helping to clear up my confusion.
Huh. That's right. What drove you to write that letter, Gemma? What were you trying to achieve there? Because without that, none of this would have ever come to light.
She didn't write the letter.
Okay, so I was right about that too. Those two wrote the letter. Wow. That was spot on about a bunch of things, but there was like so many vague little holes in between that I couldn't really make true connections.
After 10 long years, I'd hoped that the Phantom Weasel would be consigned to the history books by now. But it seems like someone still wasn't ready to let her finally be at peace. Linny. Or should I call you the Phantom Copycat now? You were the one who posted that letter outside the Opera House. But why?
Very sharp, Phantom Weasel. Still as shrewd as ever. Well, no need for me to be coy about it. Our goal was to clear Caesar's name. The most straightforward way to change the public's impression of Caesar was to force the Weasel to show themselves.
That's it? You had no other agenda?
Of course we did. We made it quite clear in the letter, I believe. I shall take from you that which you hold most dear, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
10 years ago? You mean Caesar's death? You met him?
Oh, okay, there's something that I got wrong. Gemma and Lorenzo didn't even know who Linny and Lynette were. Well, I mean, they knew who they were, it's just they've forgotten who they were by this point because they grew up, obviously.
Wait. Oh, I get it. You were those two obnoxious kids. It's been so long, and you're all grown up now. I didn't recognize you.
Yeah, I was right about that too. In his diary, he didn't write that Gemma hated those two. He only wrote that Lorenzo didn't like those two. He didn't say anything about Gemma because he loved Gemma and he didn't want to paint her in a, in a bad light. Because, when you're writing about your girlfriend, the first thing you don't want to write is, oh, my girlfriend doesn't really like these two children. That doesn't seem like something you would write in a diary.
He taught you magic back then, didn't he? For what, 10 days or something? And you went to all this trouble. Why? Because you feel like you still owe him something?
We remember all our debts, however great or small. 10 years ago, Caesar's reputation was torn to shreds, and his legacy was thrown out. 10 years on, and no one cares what the truth is anymore. But we did not forget, and so we came to find you.
And? What exactly did you take from me? I'm still standing, as you can see. Lorenzo has admitted to everything. I'm free.
Free? Do you really think so? Caesar once told me that even though the world is filled with lies and falsehoods, we must find our own truth. I think that applies to you too. Truth can take many forms. Prized possessions with nostalgic value, fervent hopes and dreams, and irreplaceable people. Life took many things from you, and those wounds never healed. When they ached unbearably in the dead of night, stealing became your way of numbing the pain.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that for the last 10 years, you've been living a rather uneventful life. Perhaps that's because you found something other than a life of crime to fill the hole? Back to Lorenzo for a second. He murdered his own master, played along with your act, and took pains to make sure any suspicion would be directed towards him. But what did he have to gain from all that? He knew who you were and the things you'd done, and despite that, he was willing to give everything up for your sake. He's the reason that you haven't felt the compulsion to steal in all these years. You're more than just accomplices in murder. You're the only real friends each other has. So I think you know, deep down, that he is the only truth you have in your life. But that truth is gone now, and I guarantee you, you'll never see it again.
Congratulations on your freedom, Gemma.
Your freedom will cost you dearly. From now on, you'll be all alone in a world full of lies and falsehoods. I do hope you'll be able to bear it. You've still got a long life ahead of you after all.
Gather round, one and all. The time has now come for the amazing Lenny to perform his final act in tonight's show. I'm sure you're all wondering what he has planned for the grand finale. Well, wonder no more, for the answer is a death-defying high-altitude escape.
A high-altitude escape?
I'm sure you all remember the magician Cesar. This was the very trick that led to his fatal fall, after which he was dubbed the Phantom Weasel. But we have now learned that Cesar was wrongly accused, and that the real Weasel has now confessed to their crimes.
Guess that's my cue to leave. Whew. I've been practicing this one for ages now, but I'm still a little nervous. Traveler, Paimon, I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. There may be a lot of people watching tonight, but you alone are my true witnesses.
Lenny, wait. You two hid a lot from Cesar. He went to his grave without ever knowing your secrets. So what about now? Are you an open book? Or are you still the same as ever? You don't have to tell lies to end up isolated and alone. One day, you'll end up exactly where I am today. Maybe then you'll finally understand.
You're wrong. I'm nothing like you.
So, what are we, doing now?
Like Lenny said, when you're ready, let's head outside and watch the show.
But what about Gemma?
She'll figure out what's best for her soon enough. Oh, and if you'd like to see Lenny after the show, you know where he'll be. The usual haunt.
All right. Well, let's go and watch Lenny's finale then. This trick's a pretty dangerous one, but he should be able to pull it off, right?
Okay. Well, that's everything all wrapped up.
What is my truth? Sometimes I think I'm like a gambling addict. All I care about is winning, and it doesn't matter what's at stake. By the time I come to my senses, I'm left with nothing. Oh, if I had my time again.
Magicians are not like thieves. Thieves only tear things apart. But good-hearted magicians, they put things back together.
That's weird. It seems like I'm moving further away from the... Oh, does it take place outside? Oh, it does. Okay.
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
It's alright. We're used to that. We're sorry. You've taught us so much, but we can't tell you the whole truth.
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you? This world is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day, you can find your own truth.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it. For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Look! Behold! Linny is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape? 10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
Watch out!
Mysterious. Surprising. And logic-defying. Isn't that right? This honor belongs to you, Cesar. I'm just sorry it's a little late.
Did you see that? 1 minute he was falling, and the next, he turned into flowers.
How could he possibly have done that?
How mysterious. I didn't blink once. He just vanished, right in front of my eyes.
What a heart-stopping magic show! This was really worth the trip. Caesar's name has finally been cleared, and Fontaine's new star magician Linny has fulfilled a wish on his behalf. Oh, I couldn't ask for a better grand finale. It will make a great headline for the Steambird tomorrow, even if I do say so myself.
Whew. Looks like everyone really loved Linny's grand finale. Paimon doesn't see Linny anywhere. Where'd he go? Oh, Lynette said he'd be waiting for us at the usual haunt. But, where is that? Oh, you mean the one where Caesar's buried? Yeah, that's probably it. This whole magic show kinda seemed like Linny's way of saying goodbye to Caesar. So it makes sense that that's where he'd be afterward. Alright, let's go look for him there.
Aw. If anything, that's the real tragedy here is poor Caesar. He was such a great man. But he was surrounded by backstabbers and liars.
I wonder where humans come from.
Wait, did that little mezzanine just say, I wonder where humans come from? I was feeling all sad and mopey. And then a little mezzanine says something funny. Thank you. Cute little creatures. I hope we get to see more about them in the future. And I hope they don't just give them a plot line like how they did with the Aranara. They seem way more interesting than the Aranara were. I mean, the R&R could have been a lot better if they had just handled their stories better, you know? But, if you're listening, Genshin, Hoyoverse, please don't mess up the little guys. They're cute, they're adorable, they deserve something cool. Really cool storyline.
Lenny! There you are. Are you alright? Paimon was scared to death when the chain broke. Paimon was sure something had gone horribly wrong.
Magic is a performance art. A magician has to get creative to keep the audience on tenterhooks. That's our job. So I tweaked Caesar's original setup a little to keep it fresh. I was honestly a little nervous during the live performance. The thought of falling, suddenly feeling weightless, seeing the sky and the ground spinning and spinning. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder what Cesar thought in those final moments. Did he regret taking Gemma and Lorenzo on? Or did he believe that it was his own slip-up right until the end?
You know, Paimon's been wanting to ask you about something ever since we were in Caesar's workshop. You learned magic from Caesar once, didn't you? When was that?
After I joined the House of the Hearth. To be honest, Lynette and I had an agenda when we approached him.
Okay, I'm glad that they're addressing this. You see, when you're first starting up the Archon quest here in Fontaine, you're given the ability to immediately go into Lenny's story. And going throughout the Archon quest, you don't know that Lenny and Lynette are part of the House of the Hearth, which is a Fatui group. And you don't know that they're Fatui members, so it's a complete shock in the second part of the Archon quest when you learn that they are members of Fatui. And if you had started up Lenny and Lynette's story beforehand, it probably would have spoiled a bunch of stuff for you to learn all this. But given the fact that in this story it seems like they're saying all this at the end of the story, it's a possibility that everything that they said inside the opera house was just supposed to allude to their being a part of the Fatui. But in this moment, they probably, if you had started this quest line before starting the Archon quest line, they probably didn't include this part where Lenny here is talking about being a part of the Fatui. So I was wondering how they were going to handle that. I thought maybe they just weren't going to mention it throughout this entire storyline, but this part seems very easy to take out. Seems like something that you wouldn't see unless you've already completed the Archon quest, which I have, and here it is.
I told you about my past before, remember? As a young boy, I survived by secretly learning magic from street performers. I'd watch their tricks and try to figure out how they were done. But I quickly realized that observation alone could only get me so far. What I saw was the polished final performance, but the rigorous training they put in behind the scenes remained invisible to me. I needed to learn how to improve my sleight of hand, hone my misdirection skills, and make niftier props. We were gifted enough that we'd made some progress by ourselves, but without proper guidance from a professional magician, we quickly plateaued.
So that's why you sought Caesar out?
Yes. We figured there was no harm in asking, but it took us by surprise that he was so willing to teach us. In all, we only spent 10 short days together, but he was very good to us. By contrast, we hid so many things from him. For instance, when he asked why I wanted to learn magic, I answered, "It's my passion." But in truth, there was already a lot more to the story by then. After being taken in by an aristocrat for our magic talent, then betrayed soon after, this was no longer about me doing what I loved. What amazed me was how the lie escaped my lips even as I was hesitating over whether to tell him the truth. Trust is a beautiful thing, Sadly, I'd forgotten how to trust by then.
Lenny.
Still worried about the way I feel? You really are a gentle soul, aren't you? But don't worry, I'm used to it now. From the mansions of the elite to the house of the hearth, lies and selfishness have followed me and Lynette everywhere we go. After Cesar went on tour, we became busy with our missions. The next we heard of him was that he'd fallen to his death, and was now declared to be the Phantom Weasel. That night, I remembered his smile. But as I lay there, I didn't know what to say to him. To keep secrets is to put up walls. The longer you keep them up, the less you let people in. Then, one day, you look around and realize your life is like an empty auditorium after a show, full of seats once occupied by all the people who left. But I guess that's the price we have to pay. You only realize how much someone really meant to you when you lose them completely. That's why I was so confident this would hurt Gemma. Because I felt it for myself.
Yeah, cheer up, Winnie. We've had to say our fair share of goodbyes during our journey, too. But whatever happens, Paimon always believes in what tomorrow brings. Delicious food, fun toys, and the Traveler by my side. Paimon just needs to focus on things like this, and all the unhappy stuff goes right out the window. You know, Traveler, doesn't that kind of make you Paimon's truth?
Exactly. It's the same for me and Lynette. We are the truest thing each other has in the world, and nothing can replace that. Life has taken plenty from us, like it did from Gemma. But at least it left us with each other. That's what gave us the strength to get through the darkest days. That's why the darkness never consumed me and why it never will. Maybe we live in the shadows too, but we remember every precious ray of light that shines through. All right, time to lighten this conversation up a little. What did you think of the show tonight? Were you happy with it?
It was amazing! Paimon just wishes we hadn't been so distracted with the Gemma situation. We spent most of our time in the Opera House just talking and pretty much missed the entire first half of the show. Lenny, could you do just one more trick for us?
Whoa, that's a bit of a tall order, I'm afraid. The show's just finished, so my sleeves are decidedly card-free right now.
Aw, come on! Surely you can think of something. The Lenny Paimon knows can do anything if he puts his mind to it.
Oh, all right then. I'll give it a go, but only because it's you. Watch closely. I have a flower in my hand.
You liar! There's nothing in your hand! We ain't going along with this!
Huh? My goodness, you're right. But I could have sworn I brought one here with me. Okay, try this. Count down with me. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Now, have another look around. Maybe the flowers appeared somewhere else.
Really? Let's see. Wow, there it is! Oh, this is a different flower from the last time, right? This one's called, oh yeah, a rainbow rose. But more importantly, Paimon has to know how the trick is done. Please, Lenny, pretty please!
Well, if you want to learn magic, you'll have to start by addressing me as teacher.
Ugh. Fine. Please, teacher, please!
Since you asked so nicely, I'll share one little tip with you. Namely, the student of magic cannot solely rely on others being prepared to reveal their secrets. You have to observe, think, and find the answers for yourself.
Is that it?
Ah, look at the time. We shouldn't linger here too long. Thanks again for coming to see my show. I bid you both good night. I look forward to seeing you again.
All right, fine. See ya. Shall we head back down too? Paimon can't wait to read the Steambird tomorrow. Paimon bets Linny and Caesar will be plastered all over it. Let's head to the Steambird's offices tomorrow morning and see what we can find out.
Such a happy ending. And this time I'm definitely going to fast forward time. I completely forgot that we were doing things for Charlotte at the very start of this. It makes sense that we would end by helping out Charlotte, so... It's only the... Wait a minute. Is this the right side? Or is it the... No, I think it's down here, actually. But I think that's another floor. Let's just keep going this way. We should... We'll get there. We just keep heading in this direction. Man. With everything that's going on in my life, that cutscene really hit pretty hard. I was not expecting to hear something so relatable from this game. It's just so funny too, like literally everything that's been happening to me the last couple of days, it's just been one mental crisis after another. So hearing this really helps me. Really helps me come to terms with a lot of things. It's like listening to a friend. Oh, and I noticed that the chat disappeared on the stream. I don't know why that happens. It just happens sometimes when no one said anything for a long time. The chat box will just disappear. I certainly hope that the microphone's still working. Let's check that real quick, now that we ain't got no cutscene to worry about. Alright, testing microphone. Testing. Alright, testing microphone. Okay, there we go. That's it. There's my voice. My microphone's still working. It's just the chat malfunctioned. And don't worry, there's just nobody in chat saying anything. I guess that's why it does that. After a while of nobody saying anything, it just wipes the slate clean. And I guess that's okay. Everything that just happened, everybody was able to see the text box at the bottom, so they could read it if they needed to. Oh, right, I gotta wait until a certain time. Alright, let's go over here, sit down, and fast forward the time. I'll grab those achievements afterwards, because who knows, I might get another one after this is over. Oh wait, what was it? Was it, 18? No, 8. Okay, so 8 o'clock tomorrow. Just right. I mean, we are dealing with Charlotte here. She is a punctual person. Alright, wait, what? Oh, there she is.
I'm very sorry, Charlotte, but my sister and I are quite busy today. I'm afraid we'll have to decline this interview.
Oh, please, Linny, I'll only take a moment of your time, if you would be so kind.
Huh? What's happening here?
I spent all night writing my piece about the Phantom Weasel, and it was going to go to print this morning. But just as dawn broke, I suddenly received news that Caesar's fiancée, Gemma, had contacted the guards and confessed to having been the real Phantom Weasel all along.
That was quick.
Hmm?
Too late, bro.
That was quick, you say? It sounds like I've got some catching up to do. Please, fill me in.
Whoops.
Aha! My instincts did not lead me astray. You do have something to hide. Gemma turning herself in must have something to do with Linny's performance last night.
Maybe watching my high-altitude escape trick reminded her of a better time with Cesar, and she could no longer ignore the voice of her conscience.
Huh. Okay, then. Wait, no, there must be more to it. If that's all it took for her to have a change of heart, how did it take her 10 whole years?
Well...
Oh, I remember now! You and Gemma were nowhere to be found after the show. What happened between you? Quickfire question! Where did you all go after the show?
Oh, we went to the cemetery and Linny did a private magic trick just for us. Actually, glad you mentioned it, because that reminds Paimon, guess what? Linny started using rainbow roses in his tricks.
What? I don't recall ever having received a rainbow rose from you myself. Is this supposed to mean that they're more important to you than your own sister?
No, I just,
What now? Oh, did Paimon say something wrong again? This is getting pretty awkward. What do we do, Traveler?
Seems like this interview wasn't meant to be. Well, never mind. There's always next time. Forgive my persistence, but when there's explosive news waiting to be found, I can't turn away. The news about Gemma has already made waves, and I'll stop at nothing to get to the bottom of it all. Apparently, one of the things she said to the guards was that her final wish is to see Lorenzo one last time. There's clearly a web of complicated relationships there. Can't blame me for being curious. All right, I guess I'll leave you to continue the rest of your conversation in peace. Bye for now.
Lynette? Paimon didn't mean to...
Don't worry, I wasn't angry. I was just trying to distract her.
Oh, really? Oh, thank goodness. You scared Paimon there.
Phew. You and me both, Paimon. You and me both. At least it did the job, right?
Please, take good care of that rainbow rose. I'd be really upset if you lost it.
Alright. Guide to Equity. Right. I want to check out the description of the rainbow rose now and see what it says, because that's just got me thinking. Because they said each of the flowers that flowers are supposed to hold like a double meaning to magicians. I also have a key. Too bad I haven't found one of the treasure chests yet, but I guess it's good to have just in case. Oh, whoops! Let me close that. Key items. Is it? Oh, right. I forgot we got Child's Vision. We're not gonna get that back to him at some point. Delightful encounter. Oh, is that what the rainbow rose is called? Flowery accessory given away by Lenny at his magic shows. It is an arrangement of Lumidos spells which symbolize parting and rainbow roses that represent passion. Okay. Ooh. Oh yeah, I see the luminous bell there. So it's 2 flowers, not just one. Parting and passion are 2 separate perspectives sharing the same nature. What really matters is the present that we are living in. Aw. Oh, right, for the 2 different types of cases that we had to do. Such a really good story. I love that ending. And the surprise! Oh my gosh, the twist. That actually did get me. I will admit it. I mean, I thought some things about Jenna, but I didn't think of anything maliciously, you know? I mean, I thought if anything, I knew that Lorenzo was hiding some truths to try and protect her, but I thought it was just because he loved her. I didn't realize it was a 2-way street, you know? But she turned herself in, so now they're both gonna be together in jail. You know, permitted they allow her visitation rights with him. Because it's not like they're going to put them both in the same cell. That never happens. I don't know if anyone would think that would happen, but nah, that's definitely not it. If anything, the police, when they when they took her in there, just like, oh, maybe she's going to beat him up for being responsible for the husband's death. Oh no, really? She had her hand in it too? Wow. All right. Wait, did I already do this? I think I did.
Astra.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, let's go over and sit in our spot.
None of them believed me.
None of them believed me. How many gems I got left now? I have 8,000. Yeah. So I don't want to waste my 50-50, so I will still hold on to them because I do want Novella, even though Lynette was a pretty cool character and he's a really cool archer. I do like that he benefits people who have shitty aim like I do. I just I'll try and roll for him some other time. Right now he's just not convenient for my party, so I don't really see any reason to have him.
Exactly. But none of them believed.
Alright, so do I have anything to give anyone? I don't think I do. And I didn't get anything, and I still have to do this. We have 5 more days left. I think tomorrow when I play Genshin Impact, I'm going to definitely finish this up. And then I'll be all caught up in Genshin Impact. And I'll be finishing this up by doing pretty much what I did last time. And exploring the map, filling out this last area here. Finding all the waypoints and such. Because it really helped me out, get around during this adventure, having all the waypoints like I did. So, like I said, it's beneficial to just take some time and explore the map. And get all those waypoints. So I do that, and I'll complete all of the things for the book. I'll have that finished, and I'll have everything for Fontaine caught up and done. And that way I can spend next week doing stuff in No Man's Sky, and I don't know. Wait, when's the new update to Sonic Frontiers? I think that's going to be coming out in September. I don't think I'm anywhere close to it, so. To those wondering about No Man's Sky stuff, probably 4K. And maybe even Austin. I don't know if Austin's still hanging around. If you are, Austin, we'd like to see you in chat again. It's really fun having you here. But yeah, any No Man's Sky stuff probably going to happen next week. And oh, that's right, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. I almost forgot, the new update just came out, so I definitely have to play more Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Maybe this week or next week. I don't know. It really all depends on when it is that they post more about the No Man's Sky update, because I really want to cover that too. Alright, let's head on back to... Oh, grab our achievements first, obviously. Oh, right, because I did the... Wow, that was worth 20. That's a lot. Oh, back to the main title screen, give out our thanks. I only really have 2 people to thank today. Thank you to Noobs4K and Time Lords for stopping by. It was good seeing you two again and great having you around. To those watching in the archives, if you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, and if not, then feel free to share the video with someone you think might enjoy it. I'm going to be getting some sleep. I don't know what my schedule is going to look like tomorrow, so I'll keep you all posted on the community tab in the community tab on my YouTube channel, All Creator Archives. And I will see you all later. Good night, everyone.